Robin stuff. I am going to call to order the June 4th, 2025 Planning Board meeting. If you could please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. How you doing? How are you? Good. Looks like we have a couple people missing tonight. I know Jeff said he was not going to make it. I will appoint Mr. D to vote for Jeff. I don't see Mr. Cruz here, but he's a liaison, so we're good there.
We've got 8 voting members,
And
so
we've got 8 voting members.
we are good.
Fantastic. All right,
We can rock and roll.
let me get organized for a second here. So, let us start with approval of minutes. Do we have any minutes?
2 sets, Mr. Chair, the 7th of May and the 14th of May, so I will
Fantastic.
move that we approve the minutes of May 7th, 2025.
I have a
as presented.
motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
All in favor, starting with Ann, say aye.
Champa, aye.
Giovanni Varani, aye.
Tony D. I. Lynn Wiles, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jason Knight's aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. These minutes have been approved. And what was the second set, the
Mr.
14th?
Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes of May 14th, 2025 as presented.
I have a motion and a second by Lynn. All in favor, starting with Ann, please.
And Champa, aye.
Giovanni Varani abstain.
Tony D. I. Lynn Wiles, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jason Knight's aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. The minutes for the 14th have been approved. All right, regional impact determinations. Do we have any? Thank you. Discussions with staff. Do we have any?
I'm all set.
John, good? All right. We don't have any old business. We will get on to some new business here. We have a public hearing on an application for formal review and reapproval of an expired site plan for the construction of 7,200 square foot warehouse and wholesale building and associated site improvements at 3 Enterprise Drive, map 15, lot 62-3, zone C2, and 3 Enterprise Drive LLC is the owner and the applicant. We need to, good evening, sir. How are you?
Good evening.
Nice to see you. We need to check this for completeness. We do not have any outstanding checklist items. I would be looking for a motion to accept this application as complete.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Second from Lynn. All in favor, starting with Ann, please.
And Champa, aye.
Giovanni Varani, aye.
Tony D. I. Lynn Wiles, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jason Knight's aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. This application has been accepted as complete. All right. Good evening, sir. How are you?
Good evening. Jason Lopez, Keach Nordstrom Associates, here representing 3 Enterprise Drive LLC. You covered most of the information right there. It was previously approved back in January
I was just going to ask you.
30th,
How,
2023.
like 2 years ago, maybe?
Yeah,
Deja
2
vu.
years ago. Yeah. They were getting ready to start to do some clearing. They wanted to start doing some grading, and they called me, and I said, hold on a minute. I pulled out the folder, and I said, stop. Site plan had just expired, so we met with staff, talked to staff. No changes in the regulations, zoning or subdivisions or site plan regs that would have an effect on the application. The only thing that needed to be revisited was the DOT permit. DOT permit had expired. I've talked with John, and we've been in contact. He's been in contact with DOT. Permit has not been issued yet, but it was previously issued. I don't suspect we'll have a problem there. Other than that, no changes, so we've resubmitted the same plan set. As staff outlined in their memo, there were 3 waivers that went along with that application, and also the conditional use permit. So in order to receive reapproval on the site plan, would need to act on the 3 waivers, the CUP, and then the site plan itself.
All right, I am going to start with staff. I'll come to the board, and we will open it up to the public. Mr. Trotter, you got anything?
Nothing.
Kelly?
Just want to confirm that what Mr. Lopez outlined is accurate, and that's the request of the board this evening.
Fantastic. Kristen, do you have anything? All right, I'll bring it to the board. Anybody on the board have any questions? Mr. D?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was not involved in this first go-around, and I just wanted to get in my head that I understand process. And my understanding is that we have that 2-year rule in case something changes. RSAs, town rules and regulations, whatever. It sounds like, according to testimony, nothing has changed. I would argue that in 2 years, I would think traffic has changed. And I would argue that I think that street has changed, because I think there's a new building on one of those lots that wasn't there 2 years ago, I don't think.
Talking down on the right.
The gas station.
When-
The gas station is there.
Well, there's actually two. One
Yeah.
is the gas station, and one is up the hill on the right.
Bachman's.
When
Yeah.
did, John, when did that finish? Is it done yet? Bachman's?
Bachman,
Yeah.
they haven't gotten their CO, but it's nearly complete. So again, Tony. to
Wasn't in the
address-
ground when he started. They weren't digging when he started, when this came to us 2 years ago, were they?
No, I think they were. So again, Tony, to address your concern, so again, what has been done is that they have done an initial traffic generation that has been provided to DOT. So again, in that numbers, and again, DOT keeps track of those numbers. So again, Bachman or Donovan, I'm just using crazy numbers. Donovan was gonna generate 1,000 trips. Bachman, the original Bachman was gonna generate 1,000 trips. This was gonna generate 1,000 trips.
Yeah.
The new one, the new Bachman was gonna generate 1,000 trips. So again, they look at it.
Okay.
And, okay, so.
So that's part of that
it's gonna-
process
that's
for
all part-
traffic.
Correct.
And they'll analyze that and come back
Yep.
with some kind of a decision about
Correct.
something, and either say you're good to go or not.
Correct, and previously, like you say, previously, nothing was out there, the gas station, the gas
Noria.
station wasn't there, Noria, thank you. Noria wasn't there,
The Vista Medical.
you got it. So we'll look at it, and if they disagree, then I'll end up having to do more of a traffic analysis.
So I have, can I continue?
Sure.
So I also was thinking, in that same vein, I was thinking about the sewer. Water, not so much of a big deal, but sewer and sewer capacity has changed there as well. And is there something weird going on that street too? Because when I pull up the GIS, the manholes stop right at the beginning of Lot 3, I think.
Correct.
So that,
But I'm pretty sure there's sewer the whole rest of the way. So what's going on there?
so what happens there is that last sewer manhole that you see, from that point, north towards Rockingham Road, that's gravity, that's the town system.
That's
Each-
112.
I'm sorry?
That's manhole 112.
Oh, thank you. Good condition?
It looked all right.
Okay, thank you.
When I got close to it, it didn't smell when I got close to it. It's still there.
Good. So all of those lots have their own individual pump stations that pump up into that sewer manhole. So those are all private. There's a common sewer easement along the frontage of the west side of Enterprise
So that whole
Drive.
street is private sewer?
Correct, they're all private force mains. Yep,
So they own the pipe and the maintenance and the whatever.
yep.
Okay. How does that work? Is there like an MOU or something on the street? How does that work?
There's an easement.
An easement. Actually, I did the work on Bachman's second site plan. So we did the same thing there. There's easements just outside of the right-of-ways. And when they built the road, they put in a force main for each lot. We're tying in to So yeah, they're essentially private, on private property through easements, so the town doesn't have any maintenance or responsibility with that. Each lot owner down there
But it- but
pumps
in-
up to that.
But an
to that
easement
manhole.
is just something that says you can be on the land, you can go on the land to fix it.
Yes.
Basically is what the easement is.
Correct.
But what about, who's fixing it? If that thing blows up and all of a sudden there's sewage all over the place, what's the division of power?
The individual owner of whoever doesn't have any sewer anymore, they need to go find and fix their own lines.
It's nothing new, Tony. There
Okay.
are other locations here in town that have private pump stations like that.
Okay.
There's both residential and as well as commercial.
So there doesn't have to be a recorded MOU for that? That
There's a
says
record-
everybody is gonna be,
Recorded
there's gonna be 6 lots, it's gotta be divided by 6, and the 6 of you are gonna pay for it when it breaks down. There's a stream there, which is why I'm asking. It's wet there, so if one of those manholes up the hill blows up and it goes in the stream, who's responsible?
that person, whoever's sewer belongs to.
So if it happens halfway up the hill, and there's 2 units up the hill, just for sake of argument, the 2 of them are gonna have to figure it out on their own?
Correct.
And arm wrestle it and figure out who pays for what?
Correct.
In the meantime, it keeps leaking until they can get themselves squared away.
It doesn't leak that long.
Okay.
We're made well aware of it, and they had some problems with that system at one time.
So, I just gotta finish beating the horse.
Yep.
So the town doesn't insist that there's a recorded, I'm calling it an MOU for lack of a better term, that's the only term I know.
Yep.
There's nothing in the town regs that says if you have that, there has to be an MOU so that there's an understanding that everybody knows they have a divisional part of that repair.
So in their
Would it be in their
their
deed?
easement, in their deed, they have, it's indicated that there is a community system, or excuse me, a force main out there. And then when we issue them their sanitary sewer discharge permit,
Yeah.
they're made aware that they're responsible for it.
Okay, I'm good, thank you. Thank you for that.
Yep.
Anything else from the board? So where does your sewer connect?
We have a pump station, small pump station right on the site, and it pumps just out into the right, not into the right of way, into that easement. And there's already a line that goes up. There was multiple lines installed down the edge of the roadway in that easement, and it goes up to that manhole that Tony was talking about.
112.
They all go up to that one. So we've got to go out and tap in to the line that was dedicated for this lot. So each lot had its own
Could
dedicated
you
line.
pull up that sheet? Kelly?
Yeah.
It shows the line.
So there's multiple lines underground for each unit? Is that what I'm hearing? So it's not like,
Yes.
it's not
So-
like one line in the road that they connect to, there's multiple lines? So like Donovan's has one, Bachman's 1 has one, Bachman's 2 has one,
Yep,
and then these folks would have one.
yep. Nothing new,
Oh, I didn't
guys.
know that. That's why I was confused, because I was thinking it was one
One,
pipe
well, that,
that they were force maining into.
exactly.
No.
If there's multiple pipes, then it's easy. If
Yours
it ain't
fails,
flushing,
yours fails.
You gotta figure it out and pay
You're gonna
for it.
know. You're gonna know.
I get it. That actually makes more sense now.
Yeah.
Okay.
You just weren't asking the right question, Tony.
Apparently not. But the connection is a long way down to that sewer hole.
Hence the delay in construction and construction costs.
Yeah, the main is like where you're,
It's right there. No, it's down
No.
here.
yeah, it's in the road, isn't it?
That's
Yeah.
water.
But it's right there, isn't it? I mean, according to the GIS, it's right where you just were.
Yeah,
It's right on,
I think that's it. I think that's it, right on the corner.
pretty close.
I didn't know it was individual pipes, that's why I was confused about who's responsible. That makes much more sense now.
I'll give
So-
you the pic next time you can open up the manhole, you'll see the 5 discharges and
Got it. And that wet chamber is big enough to handle, if it ever gets built out, all, what is there, 6 lots up there or something?
I don't know.
Big enough
Is there
to
anything
expand what
after
happens
this?
to it.
Is there anything
No,
left
there's no
on Enterprise
chambers.
Drive?
Each lot has its own individual pump chamber pump station on its own lot. That's sized to handle the flow for that lot, and it pumps up to the manhole up at the top, like you were talking about, just
At
before you get out to
112.
Rockingham Road. And then from that point, it's gravity, so it's pumping to a gravity manhole.
Right,
So the
but it's-
storage capacity is all in the pump stations that were designed for the individual lots.
So the storage really isn't at the manhole, is what you're saying?
It's not at the manholes, it's back at the pump station next to the building on each lot.
We don't want it sitting in the manhole.
Makes sense.
Got it. Okay, I'm good, thank you,
Anything else from the board?
thank you.
All right, I will, there's a public hearing. I'll open it up to the public. Does the public have any input? Seeing none, I will close public comment. All right, what do we want to do, board?
We got 3 waivers.
We can certainly act on 3 are these, Kelly, are these the same waivers that were from last time?
Yes.
All right.
Everything is the same. from
Identical.
Last time, the only exception I'll call out is the driveway permit as discussed. That should be a condition of approval, which is already noted in your memo.
Okay, all right. So we have 3 waivers. How does the board want to work on those? Do we want to take all 3 at once, or do we want to go one by one?
Maybe we do all 3 at once.
Sure. All right, so I am looking for a motion to accept waivers number 1, 2, and 3.
I will move, Mr. Chair, that we do accept the waivers 1, 2, and 3 as stated in the staff memorandum of June 4th, 2025. And the reason is by granting the waiver, there's no significant detriment to the public good.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
I have a second from Mr. Wiles. All in favor, starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Giovanni Barani, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Lynn Wiles, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jason Knight's aye. Sean Faber, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. These 3 waivers have been accepted. All right, we need to move to a conditional approval. I am looking for
Oh, CUP,
Conditional use
conditional
permit.
use permit.
conditional use permit. Was up early this morning. We do have a CUP, and I'm looking for a motion on it, folks.
I will move that we grant the conditional use permit to impact 3,535 square feet of the 100-foot Little Cohas Brook buffer and 1,800 square feet of the 50-foot wetland buffer, portions of which overlap the 100-foot Little Cohas Brook, for a total of 5,335 square feet of wetland buffer impact for the drainage system, excuse me, including a drainage pipe, treatment swale, and slope grading. The staff does support this waiver, and Conservation Commission, let's see, I guess has certain seed mixtures as utilized, as noted in the Conservation Commission's June 28th, 2022 meeting minutes. You've been through this before. So the board will grant the waiver, and the reason for granting the waiver, there's no significant impact on, it's not a waiver, it's conditional use
Conditional
permit.
use permit.
Get carried away with waivers, pardon me. That we do, grant the conditional use permit.
All right, I have a motion to grant the conditional use permit per staff recommendation memorandum dated June 4th, 2025. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
I have a second from Mr. Wiles. All in favor, starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Giovanni Barani, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Lynn Wiles, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jason Knight's aye. Sean Faber, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. The CUP has been granted. All right. I am looking for a motion to grant conditional approval of site plan for the construction of a 7,200 square foot warehouse and wholesale building and associated site improvements at 3 Enterprise Drive, map 15, lot 62-3, zone C2. 3 Enterprise Drive LLC is the owner and applicant in accordance with plans prepared by Keach Nordstrom Associates dated January 7th, 2020, last revised July 20th, 2022. with precedent conditions to be fulfilled within 120 days of approval and prior to plan signature, and general and subsequent conditions of approval to be fulfilled as noted in the staff recommendation memorandum dated June 4th, 2025. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
I'll second that, Mr.
I
Chair.
have a motion from Mr. Rugg and a second from Mr. Wiles. All in favor, starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Giovanni Verani, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Lynn Wiles, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jason Knight's aye. Sean Faber, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, have a good one. All right, let's see. We have a public hearing on an application for formal review of a lot consolidation and subdivision resulting in 9 new lots along with associated site improvements on Old Rum Trail, Bike Ave, Ash Street, map 10, lots 45, 46, 47, 48, 50, 57, 58, and 62, zoned Industrial 1, Woodmont Commons PUD. Pillsbury Realty Development LLC and Hyrax Dairy Partners LLC is the owner, and TC Boston Development Incorporated is the applicant. If you want to come on up. Evening, sir. How are you?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Jim Petropoulos.
Need to accept it.
Jim, before you get too far ahead, I am looking for a motion to accept this for completeness, and this will be for acceptance only. It does look like we have a
There
couple small checklist items outstanding, so those would become a
Five-
condition of
Five
approval.
waivers, correct?
No, we're at completeness.
Just to clarify for the record, item 1 under completeness notes the outstanding checklist items, and if the board is to accept this application as complete, staff's advising that you waive those items for acceptance only, which means they would become conditions of approval.
So, what we would be looking for is a motion for acceptance only on item number 1, which would become a condition of approval.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we grant item number 1 on staff memorandum dated June 4th, 2025 for acceptance only.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
I have a second from Mr. Wiles, starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Giovanni Verani, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Lynn Wiles, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jason Knight's aye. Sean Faber, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. This has been accepted for acceptance only. All right. Good evening, sir.
Good
How are you?
evening. Yes, sorry to jump the gun there.
Not a
Mr. Chairman,
problem.
members of the planning board, my name is Jim Petropoulos. I'm a professional engineer with Hayner Swanson Inc., doing business at 3 Congress Street. Tonight representing Trammell Crow Boston Development. Joining our project team is Matt Casey and Eli Long from Trammell Crow. Tim Engelbert is our project architect. He joins us from Randall Paulson. Jen Connolly from VHB is our traffic consultant, and she is with us this evening. And Kevin Smith is a project consultant, also with us here this evening. Mr. Chairman, I'd hate to do this, but I'd like to start with a question, if I may.
Sure.
The next case is also a site plan corresponding. Is it your preference to treat the subdivision first?
Yes.
And then move to the site plan?
Yes,
Perfect.
please.
Thank you. So my job here tonight is to present the facts of the application for subdivision before you. I'd like to first just state that this is a project that I think a number of the board members have seen before. It's actually our 4th appearance before the board. Back in August, we were here for a recommendation for rezoning of a portion of the property. November, we were here for a permitting discussion, and in December, we were here for conceptual review. Next slide, if you don't mind, Kelly, and I thank you for helping. Okay, just to make sure everybody's located. This is property that's currently owned by Pillsbury Realty Development LLC and Hyrax Dairy Partners, both owners of Woodmont Commons. And it's property located east of Interstate 93 and Exit 4A, which is currently under construction along the Dairy Town line. Currently, the site exists in 8 parcels that total 198 acres. The underlying zone is I industrial. But of course, you know that in 2013, this property was part of the Woodmont Commons planned unit development identified as sub-area WC12. Our abutters to this large property to the north are single-family residential properties. To the east is the Dairytown line and commercial properties. We have single-family residential along Ash Street. Then, of course, I-93 borders the site to the west. Our client, Trammell Crow, has entered into an agreement with the owners of the property to purchase land south of Old Rum Trail. With regard to the property itself, our office performed a complete boundary and topographic survey. Next slide, please, Kelly. And that's represented in the subdivision set. A couple unique features about the property. Currently, as you know, it's undeveloped, with the exception of 2 cell towers located kind of in the center of the property south of Old Rum Trail. The topography is considered to be moderate. There's a high point in the center of the southern piece of the property. Here's Old Rum Trail. There's a high point right here, and the land really falls off in all directions. Wetlands are shown on our drawings, and they've been mapped in accordance with local and state and federal jurisdictional criteria by Gove Environmental Services. There's several wetlands on the property. They work 3 wetlands here, working towards the west, towards I-93. A couple isolated wetland pockets located up along Old Rum Trail. And then on the east portion of the site, there's a very large vernal pool located on that side of the property. There's a public service transmission line up in the upper right-hand corner of the property as well. So with regard to the subdivision, we've made application, formal application to the town of Londonderry. And what we're proposing to do is subdivide this entire tract in order to create 2 lots north of Old Rum Trail that will be retained by the Woodmont Commons ownership team, and 6 lots below Old Rum Trail that will become part of the Gateway Commerce Park, which is the subject of the site plan this evening. The plan also shows the right-of-way of Old Rum Trail coming off exit 4, heading east towards Derry. It also proposes to discontinue a small portion of what's called Madden Road, which comes from the Derry town line into the property about halfway. That, of course, will require town council approval. Access to these 6 lots will be from 2 private driveways located off of Old Rum Trail in locations that have been predetermined by New Hampshire DOT. And all of these lots will be serviced by private sewer, water by Pennachuck, power, telecommunications, and gas utilities. These lots, Mr. Chairman, conform to your Londonderry zoning ordinance criteria, and the plan complies with the subdivision regs. With regard to the subdivision, we've asked for 4 basic waivers. I'll just quickly give you the quick overview of those. One is conservation overlay district signs. We're asking that they be part of the site plan, the staking of those as part of the Gateway Commerce site plan, not necessarily the subdivision plan. We have a plan scale waiver. Town
So,
requires 100 scale.
Just to understand real quick on that, the signage would still happen, but it would happen upon approval of the site plan itself. So you're looking to do the work with the site plan as opposed to
It's
subdivision?
tied to the site plan, correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Without a site plan, there'd be no subdivision, so. Plan scale, sir, your regulations require a max plan scale of 100 scale. We have one drawing at 300 scale just for economy and graphics. Similar, your subdivision regulations require site distance calculations. We're requesting that they be part of the site plan, similar to the COD signs, that those measurements be performed instead of the creation of the subdivision. And then lastly, the code requires survey of rims and inverts of utilities in Old Rum Trail in I-93. we're seeking relief from that requirement because we're not really connecting into any of those. We've shown them graphically, but we just haven't picked up the elevations. So that's my presentation on the subdivision plan that's before you this evening. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. I'll start with staff, come to the board, go to the public. Mr. Trotter.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jim, just for clarification, so your waiver regarding the site distance requirements, you're gonna make that part of your site plan?
Correct.
So again, those site distance plans, Jim, again, right now, your site plan indicates the two main drives onto Old Rum Trail. I envision an additional site distance plans for the driveway for Building 4 at Lancer Drive, Building 2 at Corporate Drive, there's 2 driveways there, Building 3 at Corporate Drive, 2 driveways, the overflow parking at Corporate Drive, there's 2 driveways, the Building 1 at Corporate Drive, there's 2 driveways, and then the fire access road at Ash Street. Those will all be included with the site plan?
They are not now.
I know they aren't. That's why I'm bringing it to your attention.
We can include them, yes.
They should be, because again, just like anything on Woodmont, again, so, for instance, Michael's Way is a private road, similar to what your corporate drive is, and any of those driveways for, such as Building 2 at Corporate Drive, there's 2 driveways to it. This plan doesn't show that, but, so that's what,
I apologize for that, and
No.
we can incorporate that into the site plan.
thank you. Thank you.
Anything else?
Nope.
Kelly?
All set, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Farr? All right, I'll bring it to the board. Board, do we have any questions on the subdivision, not the site plan, but the subdivision of the lots here?
But I think it is important for everybody to understand that this is just slicing the pie.
Hmm.
What happens after that has to come back here for further scrutiny and determinations. So all this is doing is slicing the pie, correct?
Correct. The next item on your agenda is the.
Is the
nuts and
actual
bolts, if
site
you will.
plan.
I understood,
Yeah.
but for right now,
Yep.
all we're doing is slicing the pie.
Correct.
We're not taking a piece out, we're not eating it, we're just slicing it.
You got it.
Thank you.
Site plan will have the detail.
I just
All right.
put it on the table.
Anything else from the board? Seeing none, I will open it up to the public. Anything on the subdivision? Public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment. All right, we have a few waivers we have to work through here. How do you guys want to handle these, separately or all together?
We could do them all together, I think.
Yeah.
I'll take a stab at it, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, that's fine. If you want to make a motion on it, Art.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we grant waivers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 as listed on the staff memorandum dated June 4th, 2025. The reason is that by granting the waivers, there is no significant detriment to the public good. But also I want to note number 2 is going to be addressed on the site plan. And number 3 also will be addressed on the,
Just for a correction, 1 and 3, Mr. Rugg.
1 and 3, okay.
All right,
Yes, I agree with you, Mr.
Correct.
Chair.
I have a motion from Art. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
I have a second from Mr. Wiles. All in favor, starting with Ann, please.
Ken Champa, aye.
Bonnie Varani, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Lynn Wiles, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jason Knight's aye. Sean Faber, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. Waivers 1 through 5 have been granted. All right,
Excuse me, Jake.
Yes, sir.
If I could just, Ann, I had a discussion with Ann earlier today, and Ann, this is the time to request that.
Oh,
So
okay.
Jim, if you hear me out for a minute, on your plans itself, where you're calling out, there was the old Folsom Road, formerly also known as Kelly Road, no layout or discontinuance found. And that is the old Rum Trail. So Ann had asked me, saying, is there a possibility that that could be noted on the plan? Because you know how it is, Jim, sometimes when you're trying to define the history of things. I know your office would love it, because I know they bugged the hell out of me on this. And you know how, just having a reference to the Old Rum Trail, you know, and just, even if it's a statement, you know, also known as by the town of Londonderry. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm not a licensed land surveyor, so I
Yep.
don't want to commit to
Neither am
something
I.
that whoever's going to stamp the drawing, but I think that we can accommodate that.
We can explore it. You
That's
follow-
what was labeled cart path on your plans.
Yeah.
But actually though, and when we were looking at the plan, doesn't it go all the way to the Dairy Town line?
Yes, it does.
So it's more than just the cart path.
Yeah, no, it goes from the town line to I-93.
Right.
Goes towards Pillsbury Road.
So if you could look into that and if we can accommodate it. Does the board follow what,
Yeah,
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
it is helpful, trust me.
and you're saying that is where Madden Road is stopping? You're saying Madden Road is actually technically the Old Rum Trail?
As I understand it.
Madden Road is in Derry, I believe, and so.
But it continues through
the
Londonderry, kind
section-
of like to the towers, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And beyond.
Okay. Sure.
Because I know Jim and Dave Vidalis went over that at the Heritage Commission meeting. I think it was probably back in January.
So just to be clear, the request is to have the applicant look into the possibility of calling that historical
Noting it
reference
on the
out on
plan.
the plans.
Yeah.
As long as it's compliant with licensed land surveyor
Yeah.
standards or
Yeah.
whatnot.
Well, I like the language John said, the notation, AKA Old Rum Trail by Londonderry Historical Data,
There you go.
you know, so
Thank you.
that's fine.
Sure. All right. With that, I am looking for a motion.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I will make a motion to grant conditional approval of the formal review of a lot consolidation and subdivision resulting in 9 new lots, along with associated site improvements. Old Rum Trail, Bike Avenue, and Ash Street, tax map 10, lots 45, 46, 47, 48, 50, 57, 58, and 62, Zone Industrial 1, and Woodmont Commons PUD, Pillsbury Realty Development LLC, and Hyrax Dairy Partners LLC are the owners, and TC Boston Development Incorporated is the applicant, in accordance with plans dated December 13th, 2024, last revised April 17th, 2025, with the precedent conditions to be fulfilled within 2 years of approval and prior to plan signature, and general and subsequent conditions of approval to be fulfilled as noted in the engineering memo.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Excuse me, Jake,
Yes, sir.
one more time.
And to, thank you. And to add the precedent condition that was discussed with Ann and John with regards to noting the Old Rum
Old Rum
Trail
Trail.
on the site plan
And one more, the discontinuance of Madden Road within the town of Londonderry.
and the discontinuance of Madden Road within the town.
That would have to go to the town council.
Correct.
Sure. So those are added. I have a motion. I have a
You
second.
have a second?
All in favor, starting with Ann, please?
And Champa, aye.
Giovanni Verani, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Lynn Wiles, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jason Knight's aye. Sean Faber, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. This subdivision has been granted.
Thank you.
All right, now we are on to the meat and potatoes of this thing. All right, bear with me here. Let me close a couple things out. And I have a public hearing on an application for formal review of a site plan to include 4 industrial buildings that total 751,600 square feet, along with associated site improvements and conditional use permit for 14,680 square feet of wetland impacts and 30,750 square feet of wetland buffer impact. Old Rum Trail, Bike Ave, and Ash Street, map 10, lots 45, 46, 47, 48, 50, 57, 58, and 62, zoned Industrial 1, Woodmont Commons PUD, Pillsbury Realty Development LLC, and Hyrax Dairy Partners LLC is the owner. TC Boston Development Incorporated is the applicant. Before I let you get going here, we do not have any outstanding checklist items. And I am looking for a motion to accept this as complete.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that this application is complete for the board to review.
I have a motion from Mr. Rugg. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Second from Mr. Wiles. All in favor, starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Giovanni Barani, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Lynn Wiles, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jason Knight's aye. Sean Faber, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. This application has been accepted as complete. All right, sir, your turn. Talk about the site plan, please.
Again, for the record, my name is Jim Petropoulos. I'm a professional engineer at Hayner Swanson Inc., doing business in Nashua, New Hampshire tonight, representing Trammell Crow. I gave you kind of an overview under the subdivision of the land, the location, so I'll move towards the site plan. And Kelly, if you could advance that, please. Thank you. It is being proposed now on the 6 lots south of Old Rum Trail to construct a best-in-class industrial park. Trammell Crow is an industry leader in this country for this type of speculative industrial commercial development. Our site plan of this project, to be known as Gateway Commerce Park, shows 4 buildings that total 751,600 square feet, along with accompanying parking, loading areas, and other site improvements typically associated with an industrial park. So what I'd like to do is quickly review some of the key elements of the site, starting with the buildings. It's really our client's vision to try to appeal to a variety of industrial uses such as R&D, testing, light assembly, manufacturing, and warehouse distribution. And in order to do so, they have designed buildings with slight variations. Building number 1, which is in the northwest corner of this property, measures 201,600 square feet, is a 1-story building, 32-foot high clear height, and it's set up to accommodate up to 4 tenants, 242 parking spaces, tailboard loading docks, 48 docks behind the building, 15 trailer parkings at Building 1. And this intent is for users that we call industrial flex. They're companies that contain several uses within them, such as offices, R&D, light assembly, and maybe storage. Building 2, which is located in kind of the center of the property, just to the sheet right of Building 1, is a 207,000 square foot 1-story building. Little taller building, 36-foot clear height, so the building would probably be 40 feet tall. It's really set up for 2 tenants, or 1, 212 parking spaces, 37 loading docks, 42 trailer spaces, and its intended use would be a warehouse distribution type use, logistics. Building 3, just to the south of Building 2, is similar styles to Building 2, 255,000 square feet, 1-story, 36-foot clear height, 264 parking spaces, 48 docks, 70 trailers. And again, that building is really earmarked towards logistics, logistics as well. Pardon me. Building number 4, over to the right, a slightly smaller building, 85,000 square foot, 1-story, 32-foot clear height, really set up for 1 tenant, 100 parking spaces, 13 docks, no trailer parking. And that's really earmarked as kind of a manufacturing R&D type user. Access to the complex, Gateway Commerce Park, is from 2 private driveways coming off of Old Rum Trail. These locations were permitted previously and permitted by the DOT. There will be a need for improvements to Old Rum Trail, such as removing the center median so that we can kind of get in and out both on the east-west direction of Old Rum Trail. There's some pavement tapers for XL and decel lanes. There's pockets for left turn in and out of our particular project and the property to the north. And it's likely that the west driveway would be a signalized driveway. The west access drive is to be known as Corporate Way. That will service buildings 1, 2, and 3. The driveway on sheet right on the east side is going to be known as Lancer Way. It'll service the backside of Building 2 and a driveway that will service Building number 4. Mr. Chairman, we do have a gated emergency access that connects the project proper down to the south to Ash Street. Okay? And you'll hear me say that's where we're running our utilities up. I'll talk about that in a minute. But that gated emergency access is intended to be gated in both locations. It will not be open to Ash Street. We have sidewalks throughout the project for connectivity between buildings. Just a reminder, there are no sidewalks on Old Rum Trail or on Ash Street. With regard to utilities, I mentioned under the subdivision, the description of the existing conditions. Up in the upper right-hand corner, we do have some distribution lines, Eversource distribution lines. We will be able to tap into those lines to feed our development with underground power. Telecommunications currently comes in off of the Dairy Madden Road line, so that will be servicing these buildings as well for telecommunications. Water will come from the west side of I-93 off-screen. It's a 16-inch main that will be constructed in Pillsbury Road to the west side of I-93. A directional bore underneath the highway will be needed. And as we come up on the east side, water will run through Bike Lane, which is a very short piece of public road that services a couple lots right down here in this corner of the property. That water main will then continue in Ash Street and then turn and run north into development. The water main will service both this property, Gateway Commerce Park, and the remaining 85 acres that the Woodmont Commons owners will retain north of Old Rum Trail. Gas is a little bit up in the air. We originally thought it would follow water, but we've recently learned gas is in fairly short distance in Dairy, and it could be extended to service this particular development. Sanitary sewer, I want to talk about for a minute. We're proposing a private network of sanitary sewer lines, okay, within this project. And that sewer line will gravity flow down to Ash Street and then down Londonderry Road about 900 feet and connect into the Londonderry Road interceptor. That interceptor runs in a southeasterly direction, eventually crosses 102 and into the Action Boulevard pump station, which actually lifts it into the dairy treatment plant. Very early on in the project, we met with John and talked about sewer. John asked for a comprehensive off-site sewer study to make sure that there was capacity in that existing network for this project, future project to the north, the current watershed users on that sewer line, as well as undeveloped lands that might be in the sewer line, in the sewer service area. The results of that study are that the downstream pipes have the capacity to accommodate Gateway Commerce Park, the property to the north, and the watershed. Action Boulevard Pump Station has capacity to handle flows from Gateway Commerce Park, but they will need to be, the pump station will need further study and likely an improvement when and if the property to the north is developed. And those were kind of the high altitude results of the off-site sewer study. Next slide, please, Kelly. Real quick, stormwater. It's always about quantity and quality. We want to use practices that attenuate these peak rates of runoff, provide some qualitative treatment. We have 4 practices. We have a subsurface practice behind Building 1, and we have 3 surface practices as shown in blue. The result is that we properly attenuate our runoff so that we're not adding runoff leaving the site. My testimony this evening, planning board, is that the design is intended to and meets the town of Londonderry standards as well as New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services standards. Next drawing, please. Oh, I'm sorry, no, this one's fine, Kelly. You'll notice quickly some green areas on this particular, those are our wetland impact areas. We have filed, Mr. Chair, a conditional use permit for wetland and buffer impacts. There are 5 areas of impacts to wetlands. I'll quickly touch upon those. 14,680 square feet of wetland impact, 35,500 square feet of conservation overlay district impact. This project has morphed since its inception to attempt to minimize some of the impacts, primarily the high-quality vernal pool located in the south part of the site here. Our original plan had our emergency access connection in this location. The State of New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services asked us to move it to its current location, and we were happy to do so. And then the easternmost vernal pool, we've paid respect to that. So a number of the impacts are unavoidable. They're small pockets. I think if you look at the CUP application that we have filed, there's a number of pictures in there. To me, I understand they meet the definition of a jurisdictional wetland, but they almost look like the forest floor right next to it. So those photos were taken in fairly dry conditions. Next slide, Kelly. So open space is a requirement. Let's see. What's this showing? Anything? No? Next one, maybe? Oh, let's go back one. Yeah. So open space in this zone is 25%. We have over 60% open space for the park, 28% of which will be the wooded areas really along the southerly half of Gateway Commerce Park. Okay, there you can see in light green. All these areas here are going to remain wooded along the highway and then wooded along the rear lots to Ash Street. In case you're wondering, the closest building to a home on Ash Street is this one right here, 450 feet. And really, those homes being close to Ash Street average about 900 feet to the buildings. Moving quickly, snow removal, plenty of areas and opportunities on site for snow removal. We've identified those. We do not see an issue with snow removal. Signage, there will be ground signs at the 2 driveways, and there will be building-mounted signs on each building. We've prepared lighting and landscaping plans in accordance with your regulations. The lighting is all full cutoff luminaires, no spillover onto property. It's an LED-type lighting, a combination of poles and wall packs. Landscaping goals were really to focus on the building and parking areas. I think our plan includes over 343 trees and 368 shrubs being installed. We will have lawn areas in and around the parking lots and the buildings, but all the other disturbed areas that you see on the outer reaches of the site, we'll use a conservation mix, and hopefully they'll naturalize over time and kind of reestablish some of those buffers that are being impacted by the development. Next slide, please. I'll do a very quick job, Mr. Chair, of the architecture. Tim Engelbert is here. He could do a much better job, but for brevity's sake, these plans have been submitted. You will see the buildings, a couple key elements, flat roofs. They are ready for future solar. These are fully sprinklered buildings. The exterior materials will be made up of insulated concrete and metal panels. Neutral colors, we've provided a palette in the drawings of very neutral colors. I think initially when we met with the planning board, I think in December, there was some concern about the color blue. We went to the Heritage Commission, and of course they look at signage, lighting, and landscaping, and we received a positive recommendation from them. We do have horizontal and vertical articulation in some of the details. If you go to the elevation, Kelly, please, you'll see some of the articulation, the banding, the different color schemes, grays, still a little bit of blues there, but much toned down from when we met with you in December. And then the tenant entries will kind of have a storefront look to identify where they would be. Just wrapping up, Mr. Chair, construction schedule, we hope to break ground in the spring of '26 and should take about 4 years to build all the buildings start to finish, which is the intent of our client. We have submitted the conditional use for the wetland and buffer impacts. It's a very thorough letter. As you know, there's four points we need to meet. If you'd like, Mr. Chair, I can quickly go through those 4
Please.
points. Okay. So, under section 4.6.1.4, the first point is the proposed construction is essential to the productive use of the land not within the CO district. Again, I will paraphrase my more fully described request, but essentially what we're saying is the area outside the conservation overlay districts is being fully developed for the productive use of the land, really to allow new industries to come to the state of New Hampshire. As described in more detail in December, this site poses a number of challenges with regard to topography, power lines, wetlands, and we've tried to do our best to minimize wetland impacts and provide buffering to the south. Point 2, design of construction materials will be such to minimize impacts upon the wetlands and include restoration of the site consistent with the permitted use. The design does incorporate some steep slopes and some retaining walls to minimize impacts. And as I mentioned, in those non-maintainable areas that are being disturbed, we'll be using a conservation mix to kind of naturalize over time to reestablish and restore some of the buffer impacts. Point number 3, there's no feasible alternative that does not cross the CO district, have less detrimental impact. You know, there really is no other way to develop this property. We identified the key critical areas to stay out of the vernal pools. The power lines, we have a highway to the west, we have a ramp to the north. So, you know, of the 109 acres of this site, I think we're developing about 55 acres. 60% open space upon the property. And then economic advantage is not the sole reason for the proposed location. You know, Exit 4 is built for a reason. Exit 4 was built to encourage good development into the state of New Hampshire. And that's the reason that location was selected. And the reason Trammell Crow is proposing their development is because we believe the site will meet the growing demand for industrial and commercial space. With that, Mr. Chair, I'm going to summarize by just saying we believe the property is being developed responsibly in accordance with the goals of the Londonderry Site Plan regs. We did receive a supportive vote from the Conservation Commission for the project. As I mentioned a minute ago, we received a favorable review from the Heritage Commission. The staff report and recommended conditions of approval are acceptable. I did receive today from Mr. Trottier engineering comments, and I thought they were quite fair and reasonable, and see no reason why we can't work together to get to the finish line with Mr. Trottier and his team. So before we turn it over to traffic, I'd be happy to answer any site questions for me. Yep.
Sure. I might have missed it while I was out for a second. Did you talk about fire department access, turning radiuses, et cetera?
I did not, but I can, Kelly, if
If
we
you
go
can go
back to
through
the
it,
site
please.
plan. Yeah, that's fine. We have full, fully sprinklered buildings. We have hydrants within 300 feet. We typically, as part of our plan set, and it is included in this set, we'll take the template for the fire department and we will spin it all the way around all the buildings in complete.
Can you just pull that page up,
access.
Kelly, on the site plan by chance? Let me see here. It's probably like 12 pages, 13 pages into this thing. That's it? No.
Oh, let's see, where is it, Kelly? Let me try to help you.
It's gonna be labeled, right?
Yeah, it's probably not. I think it's on a detail sheet. I apologize for that. Why don't we try?
Yeah, see.
Oh,
5, 6.
oh, there you go. Sorry.
Yeah, CO 5.6, if you can get to it.
Sorry, it's 60 pages, so.
No, no, you're good. Trust me, over here trying to find it too.
Takes a second to load. I believe this is it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. that
So
was
we
it. What
prepared-
page you on?
We, pre-
5.6.
What, like, do you have a number, 34, 35?
Sorry.
It's all right. Right down
It's
there.
26. of
26.
that set
Thank you.
PDF.
All right, go ahead, sir.
so, we know that's an element that the local fire department wants to review on a project such as this. We take their template, you can see the apparatus on the right side of the page, which is a Londonderry turning movement standard, and we actually route it around and through. We've actually run it down through the emergency access, all around the buildings. I talked about hydrants every 300 feet, and then I also talked about the gates on both sides. These are not manual gates, they're electronically activated gates so that a first responder could actually, in his vehicle, either with a phone or with some sort of device, not have to get out of his vehicle. He can hit a clicker and raise the barrier arm to get in both locations.
Assume similar to everything else we have.
No, these are actually new ones, Jake. It's, they call it click to enter or something. It's not like a, it's not the Opticon.
Okay.
They've gotten away from those.
Okay. We won't have an issue integrating with it or anything like that,
That's
I would
actually
assume.
that was the request
that's what-
of the fire department, click
Okay.
to enter system.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Fantastic. All right, I will, let me start with town staff. I will come to the board and open it up to the public. John and Kelly.
Who's gonna talk traffic?
Yeah, we're gonna do traffic, Jim?
Jen is going to give a brief presentation on traffic.
Oh, all
I
right,
think you should.
If you'd
that's
like.
fine.
You wanna wait?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can sit and wait, or I can, go ahead.
Do you guys want to go through any comments before traffic, or do you want to hold off?
I'd like to wait on traffic, because traffic tends to take out, things happen when traffic is
That's-
used.
That's
If we
fine.
could get everything else out of the way, and then we'll talk about traffic, I think that makes, there'll be less chaos.
Yeah, yeah. So, with that, you guys have any comments on
Yep.
site plan, not so much traffic, but site plan?
Yeah, so again, as Jim indicated, again, you know, the comments are pretty straightforward. One comment, though, is again, some of the off-site improvements. So again, to get water to the site, water is gonna be extended from the end of Michael's Way down Pillsbury Road, easterly on Pillsbury Road, down Trolley Car Lane, bored under Interstate 93, up Bike Lane, or Bike Ave. So it's tricky. One of the concerns that I have is that there's the restoration of Pillsbury Road. Again, they were running the water on the north side of Pillsbury Road. When they start installing water and everything, I had requested that they look at the drainage out there to address the poor drainage that is out there. Again, it's poor now, but again, it's gonna be even worse when, in my opinion, when a contractor gets out there and starts reconstructing this. So one thing that I did see, again, Jim, that email that you had sent today where you have the opportunity to you know, the gas is gonna be off the south side of Pillsbury Road. Maybe we can relook at that. Again, in my opinion, it would be considered an off-site improvement, having them fix the drainage on Pillsbury Road. And again, we had discussed curbing the road, putting in some catch basins. There is a detention pond at the intersection of Hovey Road and Pillsbury Road. So again, there is a solution there. Another issue or another item that I could see again is some better definition of the cleaning up of the curb along the existing Apple barn, if you will, where Pillsbury is. Again, I'm considering it off-site improvements. They're proposing to overlay the road. Let's just clean it up. It's a win-win. It's gonna be additional traffic. Let's just do it.
You're saying just in front of right in front of the barn, the
Correct.
white building?
Right.
You're talking that like one section right there?
Yeah, so I think, again, if you could make it a condition that, you know, that the applicant work with staff to look at these items and see if we can address them, please. Bike Ave, again, Bike Ave is not much of a roadway right now, but again, they're proposing to super elevate the road, and you know my opinion of super elevating a road.
Can't tell you the last time I heard you talk about super elevating roads.
Yeah, again, you super elevate a road when there's a condition for it, not on a roadway like this, and ensuring that the turnaround at the bottom accommodates the fire truck, like it should, hammerhead. So there are
What's
just.
the length of Bike Ave?
It's not very long, Mr. Chairman, maybe 300 feet. It services currently 3 house lots, 2 of which our client owns.
Are those houses
The
coming
3
down, I would
One
assume?
is coming down, so 3 becomes 2. So there would be 2 legal conforming lots on Bike Lane. I'd like to respond to my engineering brethren when I have a minute.
Yeah. What was the length on the road? Did
Pardon me?
somebody throw out
About-
300 feet?
About 300 feet.
Yeah.
300 feet. Right. One of the houses going down, you said?
Yes,
One house is staying, that's owned by,
by us, and then, yeah, if
and
you look
then
behind you,
you
Mr.
have, I would
Chair,
assume it's the house on the corner is what's staying.
right.
We had even had some discussion of discontinuing Bike Ave. They could retain an easement for the water and to bring
Yeah.
it back up there.
Yep.
Then it can become a common driveway.
You had something that you wanted to say?
Is John through?
Yeah, right now, Jim.
Yeah. So first and foremost, Mr. Chair, I hold John in high regard. He's a extremely fine engineer, and he's always looking out for the town's best interests. I think we just happen to disagree a little bit on Pillsbury Road. The extension of the water is 2,600 feet. It's a half a mile from Michael's Way to the west side of 93. So our intent was to construct the water main in the north side with a traditional trench, patch the trench, and then come back and mill and fill and overlay 2 inches over the entire road from Michael's Way to the highway. So it's not going to be a box
You're not gonna have
trench.
a patch in the road that
A patch
was
in the road.
boxed
It's going
out.
to look like
and-
a brand new
yeah.
road. During the process, John, and our plans currently show gas on the south side, and there's a little bit of gas penetration into the street. We're hoping we can grab it from Darien. We just learned that today. Where we disagree with John is on the drainage side. To incorporate drainage, curbing, drainage, piping for maybe not the full 2,500 feet, for 2,000 feet, is a significant expense. And we look at, we use a word called rational nexus, and that is, is the ask beneficial and needed for this project? And in our opinion, it isn't. We did go out this spring in a number of significant spring rain events and look and see. It is not ideal. Pillsbury Road is not textbook drainage. There's no curbing. There's a shoulder. There's some steep rock slopes there. But what we saw worked, and what we saw was functioning. And so if we're asked to continue the dialogue, we're certainly willing to do so, but I wanted to state our position, my client's position, is that, that's a sizable request, north of $500,000 for an off-site improvement that has no benefit here. And don't think for a minute that we're not doing our fair share, because our off-site improvements to bring utilities to this site are north of $5 million. So there's a significant expense being put forth. So it's a long-winded way of saying I'm confident and pleased to continue to work with John, but I did want to put on record that our client's position on the drainage on the west side. Now, John also mentioned Bike Lane, and there's a small section of trolley car, John, that are 2 quite small roads. I'm sure we can come to an agreement on those 2 small roads.
Maybe we can look at, again, reshaping that swale on Pillsbury, Jim. Again, to get some better definition to
would-
that swale.
We have talked to a road contractor, and
We can come up
We
with a
could-
section and,
We could look at that, absolutely.
again, just so the board's edification, again, because once you start blasting things, you lose it. You lose everything. And I know they're gonna say, we're gonna hammer it. Hammer gets old. 2,600 feet of hammering is a long way,
Yeah.
so. That's all I have for now.
Question, Mr. Chair, while we're talking about this very well.
Yes, sir.
Kelly, John, do you know if there was any agreement made during the Woodmont PUD process that they would be responsible for improving Pillsbury Road at any point in time?
Only if the traffic impact showed that. So one other thing, that other discussion, and once we get into the traffic, Lynn, was Procopio. Procopio is located, again, when you get to the end of Pillsbury, or excuse me, Michael's Way, is gonna be the one up on the hill. So again, we've kind of scoped out the intersections and everything, but they're looking to relocate their main access now too, from what had been previously shown. So again, that's where it always comes back to, okay, so trying to work, keep all these things moving, and is that project gonna necessitate some off-site improvements?
But my recollection, when we went through the PUD process, 10 or years ago, whenever it was that we spent a lot of time on the roads, and I could have swore that the developers at that point in time had made some agreement, or we had some agreement with them that they would be improving the roads through there, the town-owned roads.
Yeah.
I haven't looked at the master plan. I didn't have time. I'm not going to go do it right now. I don't want to listen to this, but
Yeah.
I'm just surprised there's nothing written down that,
Just to emphasize what John responded with, it's based on the results of traffic impacts, essentially, and that's a short way. to put
I
it.
understand. Yeah, I
And
understand
so-
John's position.
The developer, in this case, still technically owns the property, Pillsbury Realty still technically owns the property, as far as I understand it, and so, yes, that's still the expectation, that that's the party responsible until that ownership changes.
Okay.
The way that this is being developed now, though, Lynn, is it seems like every piece that comes in is a different developer. So.
Yeah, that's why I
and
thought we
makes
addressed it
sense.
at the PUD level. And I'll go back and look,
Yeah,
but that
please
was my
do.
recollection, and it's probably incorrect, but that was my recollection.
I think it would be helpful for another fresh set of eyes looking at it.
Okay.
And I think it was to build on the original traffic study for the whole PUD.
Yeah.
Yeah, and aesthetics, we spent a lot of time on aesthetics with the PUD, and,
Oh, yeah,
making the roads look nice is a big deal.
correct.
I'm good with this. I have some more comments, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the Pillsbury Road thing is interesting because this particular development is not traffic impacting on that road. It's all gonna be exit 4A basically, or into Derry.
That
Other than-
has not been concluded yet, Tony. Traffic impact study has not been completed yet,
But
and I think we're gonna hear that from Jen. And they've acknowledged it as well. If you look at staff's comment number 3,
Yeah, I saw it.
or excuse me, number 2.
But what the plan shows is there's no access
From these buildings too.
on these buildings. We're
I think
talking
the
about
improvement.
we're
the
talking about
improvement-
these.
Yeah, but I think we're mixing two things up here.
Yeah,
The improvement on Pillsbury Road is coming as a result of
utilities.
the utilities that need to go down.
Right, so I was
Yeah.
gonna go there.
Yeah.
So it's, this project is not gonna impact Pillsbury Road with traffic. It's gonna impact Pillsbury Road because they're gonna be blasting and digging and scraping.
That's where the
and-
improvement's coming from, is coming from
Correct,
the
so.
necessity of the utilities, yes.
Right. So to the drainage, it seems to me that there's already been a little bit of conversation back and forth about swale, let's make, when everybody's done, make sure the swale works and drains where it needs to drain, and that we have what we need. And I think I heard already that that it was gonna be ground and paved, right? Isn't
The
that-
full width of the road, yes, sir.
the full width of the road. And so, what else you need? The road's getting done, right? Am I not hearing it right?
No.
The point being, Tony, is that it doesn't say anything on here about the improvements to Pillsbury Road.
Got it.
I want the board to be aware of it and make it a condition. The only other
100%.
correction I want to make for you, Tony, though, is that the traffic impact analysis study has not been completed. So to say that traffic is not an issue on Pillsbury Road is a false statement right now. Because they have not completed the study.
Yeah, and I understand studies, but that common sense thing again, that messes me up all the time,
Yeah.
if the two roads going in and out of this site are on Old Rum Trail, and that's it, then
I
it
guess
goes
not like
from,
exit 4A goes to Pillsbury Road, is what you're saying.
yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So
what are you gonna have? One, whatever. I'm not a traffic analyst, but common
If I may,
sense.
Mr. Chair, Jen will address that as part of.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it
I'll,
doesn't,
I'll let him finish and then let's work on
Yeah.
the site plan and
So-
we'll get to.
anyway, it sounds to me like there's been a little bit of movement already, that you all are gonna be able to work out the Pillsbury Road thing. You're already grinding it and paving it. You're gonna make a mess out of it. We know you're gonna make a mess out of it. You know you're gonna make a mess out of it. And you're gonna have to, you're gonna have to fix the drainage, at least to where it was.
Sure.
And while you're there, well, why don't you make it a little better? It doesn't, if the grade all's already there, it doesn't take much. It's already there.
Right, but let us be clear, that wasn't the request. The request was curbing and catch basins and piping,
Correct.
so.
Jim's right.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, to me,
I'd like to think we could work it
Yeah.
out, sure.
I'm not a curbing guy. That's the problem, and that's where John and I differ on that one particular thing, because curbing is, can make more of a mess than what you started with, so. But anyway, thank you for entertaining me, Mr. Chair, and everyone.
Anything else from the board before we get to some traffic?
I just had a quick question on the site plan. So you have Lancer Avenue, and I get the connection there, which is nice, but we have a Lance Avenue in town as well as 911, or the 911 folks okay with Lance Ave and Lancer Ave?
That's a great
These
question.
were approved on the third go-around, sir, so, the third submittal of list of names, so we do have an approval,
You do?
yeah.
Okay.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, Ian and I spoke briefly before, and I promised I would include in a very quick presentation. I'd like to call the board's attention right here. We heard at the Heritage Commission about the history of Old Rum Trail being the oldest road in town. We hired a historian. There is nothing on any register or any historical significance of it other than that fact. But we thought it would be a good thing. Trammell Crow is going to protect a very small piece, about 100 feet of road in its natural area, be wooded on both sides. We're going to put a historical marker down there to represent what it is, as well as clean it up. I think it's been a party spot over the years. It needs a little.
Never been
TLC.
out there, don't know what you're talking about.
It needs a little TLC, so I wanted to bring that up as well.
Yeah, it was, I thought it was beautiful in its original condition, but the excess stuff that was left there by humans just mucked it up a lot. But I have a question for you. As far as the cell towers, are they're still on the plans, both cell towers,
Both are staying, yes.
correct? Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay.
And I just had a question on, I know there's a lot of stone out there from stone walls and everything. Are you looking at preserving some of them for
We,
your
there is a
decorative
lot.
landscaping?
Art, there is a lot. We're gonna stockpile them. We're gonna use them to beef up some of the walls that are remaining in some of our non-disturbed areas. We have a couple areas where we're using some walls. There's likely going to be a surplus of stone, but we are using them to the best of our ability, yes, and that's in the drawings.
You always let the town know if wants to use any excess stone, or even the Historical Society.
Sure.
All right. Ready for traffic?
Bring it.
Let's do it.
Good luck.
Everybody's ready.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm Jen Conley. I'm with VHB. I am a licensed civil engineer and professional.
Oh, yeah. Can you just pull it down off the,
Oh, pull that one or just grab this one?
either way.
On- on
Dealer's
the right.
choice. There you go.
I'm a licensed civil engineer and professional operations engineer, and I'm here to present some traffic analysis. If you would switch to the next slide. I have a slide here. We've talked a little bit about Woodmont Commons. Oh, that's right. He went back to the site plan, so it would be later in the presentation. What Woodmont Commons, that's the master plan. The reason I call your attention to it is obviously, as has already been discussed, this parcel is a piece of what is up in the upper right of what was WC12. And why that's important is that parcel was allocated a development amount of 2,300 vehicle trips in the peak hour. Why that's important is, as we know, the design of Old Rum Trail and the interchange at 4A were designed to accommodate those trips coming to this parcel. That's how that infrastructure was sized. As we fast forward to what has been presented to you today, using the Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation manual to estimate trips for the currently proposed project, it's 40% less on, excuse me, it's only 40% of that total. So it's less than half of the previously proposed development program for this site. So just calling your attention to that, as a lot of the infrastructure, again, for Exit 4A and for Old Rum Trail already was accounting for more development on this parcel. Again, it's 750 peak hour trips for this development program. In addition, as has already been alluded to, the trips for the entire master plan development were allocated by a distribution based on, at that time, where people either lived or were commuting to in Londonderry. And as a result, they were doing it for the entire parcel. And so when they distributed some trips to this entire larger parcel, they had more people on local roads. If you were coming, say, from the southwest, then in our case, some of those same people will end up on 93 because the access to this parcel, has been pointed out, is most directly accessed via 93 to Exit 4A to Old Rum Trail. That will, for a lot of people, be the shortest route to get to this development. To check that, what we had done is an analysis, again, based on today's data, of people for this site. It's going to be who work in Londonderry, where they currently come from, what communities they're coming from, and during the PM peak hour at about 5 p.m., using Google Mapping to see what different travel times are by different routes, we allocated those trips. And came up with the distribution. As is no surprise, as has been already discussed, that came out to over 60% of the trips, 66% of the trips would be oriented to and from the site on I-93. So a very significant portion. Now, this site may have other trips associated to it, whether it's truck trips or other things, not just commuter trips, and those would likely even be a higher percentage oriented to and from the regional network and not necessarily as much on local roadways. But with that significant portion of trips oriented to and from 93 and the remainder allocated to the roads around the site, as was already pointed out, it is true, our anticipated impact on something like Pillsbury Road or Mammoth Road is a much lower percentage than might have been contemplated for the residential homes that were proposed way west of the site. all of that is to say, one of the things we were asked to do by New Hampshire DOT was to look at this distribution pattern and talk about how many trips then would be anticipated on all of the, think of it as a wheel with all of the spokes coming out of it. How many trips are anticipated to be on those arterials that extend in all the different directions? One of the things that, that they indicated that on their roadway system, most of those signalized intersections can accommodate through traffic of between 50 and 100 trips traveling through those signalized intersections. And using that as guidance, what we found and what has been submitted and peer-reviewed by Hoyle Tanner Associates is a resulting distribution. I will point out we received a comment letter from Hoyle Tanner. There were a few things that graphically, although were correct in our spreadsheet, the percentage was shown in the wrong location. So we corrected that graphic, and there was one town that we did have to change. They disagreed with how we had distributed those trips, but we incorporated those changes, and the conclusion still remains the same. Outside of the primary that goes to the high percentage of trips to 93, any of the other, if you look at the graphic and look all around, the highest percentage that you end up with at any one point is 11%, going down to a single percent on any of the arterial roads. As a result, the number of trips is less than that New Hampshire DOT threshold for including that intersection in a traffic study. So these findings have been provided to New Hampshire DOT. We have not heard back. They will be ultimately determining what our study area would be. We make the strong argument that based on these findings, that no location is anticipated to have over 100 through trips on an arterial. And as a result, really the most important thing to include in the traffic study is to make sure we have the right left turn lanes, right turn lanes into the site, and that we're going to be able to accommodate those site entrances safely in their operation.
Thank you. Real quick, there was a, where did I see it in here? There was a discussion or some minutes from scoping meeting minutes, Londonderry Gateway District. So this is a traffic study scoping for NHDOT. Can you walk through that a little bit?
Yeah, sure.
What the results of it were, what the...
Yeah, so they asked for additional information was what the end result was, which is when we dug into this additional information about how to distribute to this site, given its unique location on the east side of 93, different than the rest of Woodmont Commons, on the west side when we were distributing the traffic. In general, we went over a lot of the information that I just provided you. What was the background on Woodmont Commons? What was anticipated at this site? How many trips is it going to be? What other projects were planned in the area that could impact traffic at this site? And then talking about the trip distribution, and got into a discussion even about the study or about specific locations, which is where I got that point that was made that New Hampshire DOT tends not to scope, that the typical threshold is 100 trips for intersections to include in a traffic study. And then there was additional questions about signal timing data and other considerations. But they were waiting for my submittal, which I provided them. As I said, when I got the comments from the town's consultant, Hoyle Tanner, I did make that adjustment and changed that image, and I resubmitted that to New Hampshire DOT so that they would have the benefit of the review that was already completed by Hoyle Tanner.
Thank you. Kelly, John, any input here?
Yeah, I can't refute what Jenna has stated as far as, the reduction in the amount of trip generation as compared to what is shown here on the graphic versus what's being proposed for a gateway. As Jen said, we've had number of meetings now with DOT, and again, we kind of came to a halt when we had to do when VHB had to do the trip generation. So they've done that. That information's been provided to DOT. Again, there is still some other, we need to reconvene to all be in agreement with what intersections to take a look at. And then they can complete their traffic impact analysis study itself. There was one intersection in particular would be the intersection of Ash Street and North High Street. So if you remember 4A, the first intersection that you're gonna come to in Derry that's where the controversy tunnel is. That's that intersection. So again,
The rail trail.
the rail trail, sorry. What did I call it?
You said tunnel, but I just want to make sure folks
Okay,
understand
thank
it's for
you.
the rail trail.
Yeah,
We're
it's
not-
the rail,
not
it's,
for tunnel.
it won't be a
The
tunnel.
non-tunnel.
The non-tunnel, thank you.
Yeah.
So,
You have a spaghetti loop now.
yeah.
Spaghetti.
So I think, again, we do need to reconvene, so that VHB can finalize a traffic impact analysis. And again, look at those intersections to study. I do want to just reemphasize, though, too, that Old Rum Trail, is going to become a town of London area roadway, and that the town would be required to initiate the driveway permitting process with DOT regarding the Old Rum Trail intersection with I-93 and exit 4A interchange. One other item that we've never put conclusion to was, as Jim had indicated, was a signalized intersection so it makes total sense if the numbers are there. And now is the time to put all the infrastructure in there. We need to conclude, again, all those offsite improvements that are going to be required, the taper lengths, the tapers. So again, there's still some good amount of work to be done on their offsite improvements. That's all I have right now.
Kelly,
I'm all set for now, Mr. Chair.
board member Sam.
I have a question. When we're talking about traffic impact, does it differentiate between 18-wheelers and cars or box trucks?
So when VHB does their analysis of what is generated from the site itself, I should be letting Jen talk, because I'm not a traffic guy, but I know enough to be dangerous. They analyze that, and they can come up with those numbers.
Okay.
And we analyzed that percentage of heavy vehicles in our analysis, so that it takes into account a heavier, slower moving vehicle.
Okay, because I did a count of number of cars, parking spaces versus the docks you have and then other spots for trucks. So I just wonder about that. Thank you.
Mr. D?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, if I heard correctly, this site is gonna be, the build-out is 40% of what it was gonna be, or thought was gonna happen on that site. So it's a 60% reduction in density, use, whatever you wanna call it. Am I saying that correctly?
Correct.
Okay. And
That's based off of what we're looking at right behind me, correct?
Correct.
right, based on
The
that,
initial
The in-
study for the
initial study.
the master plan PUD,
right,
the full PUD.
right. So
Yes.
it's 60% less of what people thought was gonna,
What could
the
happen
potential
here.
of that site, the highest and best use, whatever you wanna say. So you only have 40% usage, basically. And 100% of the vehicles going into this proposed site are gonna have to use Old Rum Trail. 100% of the
Correct.
vehicles.
No, not necessarily.
How are they gonna get in there?
They can go north, they can go Ash Street. If you live here in town, you wanna get to work, you're gonna go down Pillsbury Road, all the way down Pillsbury, across Ash Street, take a left on Old Rum. That's how you get to work.
So still on Old Rum, just coming the other way. You
Correct.
can
So
distribute
100% of
either
the
way.
cars that are vehicles that are accessing this site have to use Old Rum
I
Trail.
correct myself, you're absolutely
Who's-
right, Tony.
Whoever's gonna use whatever road they wanna use is what they're gonna use. I'm a highway guy. If I live near there, I'm on 93, I'm going north between 108 and 109 miles an hour to get to 4A. The police have all my license plates, they know this already. To get to exit 4A, Old Rum Trail to get to work 5 minutes late. So, as one person, I would say this is as close to a grand slam as you could get for the town of Londonderry as far as usage of a property, increasing the tax base to almost free money, and very little pressure on local roads. I don't see how it could get any better.
Can I add to your point just a number that I think you may have skipped over?
Please.
So, to your point about the percentage of 93, the highway being used, so it was, what's
60%.
66% of the
66.
trips at that peak hour.
Yeah. Yeah, 66%. And then there are, and we're going to see, I guess, when the final study comes out from the state, we're going to see that some of the people that are living there, that are going to use that site, for whatever reason they're using the site, are going to be living in Derry, maybe, or living in Manchester, or whatever. And so, I don't know, I seriously, to me, this is a grand slam on developing a piece of land with an industrial use, which is some of the cleanest money you can get, and the least amount of pressure on Londonderry's roads on a site that's already being 60% under what the original thought was going to be for use. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Kelly, can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah, so this is essentially where you're getting the 66% and the
Correct.
breakdown that you discussed. So I agree with you, Tony, but the only thing that I'm noticing is you've got 11% of the traffic coming down 102, Hudson, Nashua, whatever, and then basically turning onto 93 North
Yes.
to go up to. So do we know what the impact of that 11% would be on that in what is already a very congested area of 102?
We do. Yeah, so it comes out again, the total trip generation is about 750, and that's two-way. And so the 11% comes out to be about 80 trips. And again, that's split, in the afternoon, it's 60 heading out of town, 20 heading towards the site.
Okay.
A
And
lot
I
of it-
realize there's not much we can do about it because it's a state road. So, but that's just, it's already a
Yeah, on
crazy part of
anything
town.
not
Yeah.
93, that's the 11% I was referring to, the highest location of impact.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Anything else from the board? You look like you want to say something.
Yeah,
And
I
before I
do.
go to the public, you look like you want to say something.
Okay, there's still the question of what's going on into the rest of this side of 93, to the north of the old Rum Trail, correct?
It's still
No,
unknown.
it doesn't,
We don't know what that is, though.
It's not part of the
yeah,
proposal.
it's a
Correct.
question mark, so.
Yeah, the original proposal had housing to the north, and so we did some calculations that just dummied in with the available space left, what those housing trips would be, just to see, and it added, if I remember correctly, just another 100 peak hour trips to the trip total for this parcel,
Okay.
or what was formerly this parcel. I guess now it's been subdivided, right?
So if it's housing, we're going to have a different conversation, me and you.
We are, if I'm lucky enough to
But-
get
but we're
hired,
not-
yes.
But that's not tonight.
Not tonight.
For this project. I stand by my comments. Thank you.
All right. I am going to bring it to the public. Would anybody from the public like to come up and speak? And yeah, thank you. No, it just kind of hangs on there. Mr. Breslin, how are you?
Ray Bresson, 3 Gary Drive. I got here a little late. I had to go pick up a log splitter. But that's irrelevant. what I'm.
I'm glad you noticed that. Thank you.
I'm just trying to keep up with Tony. You know what I mean? So anyway, look. Getting back to serious issues here. Okay, so I see all this. I'm not sure I understand all this. I'm trying to pay attention. There was something about cutting back 60%, and you're at 40%. I think we're talking about some warehouses here. 3 warehouses on this site.
4.
4. Oh, now it's 4. Okay.
It's always been 4.
Yeah.
It's always been 4. Okay. All right. So, look, we're talking about traffic issues here. In the town of Londonderry, we have some serious traffic issues that we haven't figured out yet. We're trying to deal with it. Okay. And so now we're talking about this, which is going to put a further burden on the town of Londonderry, because I see the whole report, a traffic study, and I appreciate what they've done. They're the experts in the field in that regard. But people are going to come here from out of town. Some are going to come from Derry. Maybe somebody's in Londonderry is going to work there. Who knows where they're going to come from? South, north, wherever. Most people, the easiest way to get there is to take this new exit 4A, and I guess there's going to be some road cuts off what is the Rum Trail, right? This is called the Rum Trail? Exit 4A, Rum Trail? Okay.
Old Rum Trail.
I'm sorry, Old Rum Trail.
E on the end of it.
Is it E on the end of it? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, look. So there's going to be some cuts off there. So realistically, maybe there should be some lights there.
There is.
There's going to be.
Yeah.
There is lights there. There will be lights there. There isn't now. There will be lights there. Okay.
There's lights on the highway, on the bridge part. They're already there. You can see them. They're already
The
there.
ones we're talking about here on the cut are not there, correct?
There's gonna be another,
I'm trying to clarify this, and you're telling me something different.
There's gonna be another
There's-
set. that's
there's gonna
proposed.
be
Okay,
another set of lights.
let's get back to here. And then let's talk about Pillsbury and Ash Street, okay? Which is already a problem, and we're building out Woodmont Common that we're putting all kinds of housing on, and potentially more, and a lot of those people are going to be on Pillsbury Road, and Ash Street, and Londonderry Road, and 102, and all of this that we're going to have to deal with. And I think we have to be very careful, with all due respect to you folks on the board, when you're looking at something like this. Now, you want to respect the people that are coming forward here, because they have a right to do that. They have a piece of property, they want to develop it, which is good. But these traffic issues are of great concern. And we haven't figured it out yet. We're trying to deal with a new master plan, which also is dealing with traffic issues, I believe. And we're also dealing with the DOT. We have a couple of, I don't want to get off subject here, but we got a couple of major projects up on Exit 5, which is just before this Exit 4A, that are multi-million-dollar projects where you don't even know how that's going to go. I would suggest that we think very strongly about what we're going to do here, what we're going to allow, and we do want to encourage these folks coming in and develop their property. I'm not saying that. But these traffic issues, and by the way, I see on this map here, there's a connection from east of 93, Rum Trail, Old Rum Trail, and Woodmont Common. That connection is not there. Apparently, it's proposed.
No.
This is the old master.
This is the original master plan
Well,
for,
why don't we see a map that is current?
this just happened to be the last thing we were talking about, Ray.
Because
which
what-
was
Wait,
master plan.
Excuse me, Ray? So the purpose of this map, Ray, was to show what the initial traffic study was based upon.
Well, let's,
So-
okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so disregard that, what you see going across 93.
Well, with all due respect, that's a little confusing to somebody like me or somebody in the general public looking at that and assuming that there's going to be traffic going across there from Woodmont Common onto Old Rum Trail. That may be speculated, but that has not been approved, and that's not even part of this.
It's not at all, Ray.
Not even
Ray,
part of it.
this,
Oh, okay, this is the current one here? I see one building. Do we have one with four buildings on it?
it's still in the,
In the PowerPoint.
it's in the PowerPoint you were looking at, Kelly. It was a couple pages up, 2 pages up.
Glad you came back.
Perfect.
Uh,
There it is.
where's the old rum trail?
Top.
This, Ray, this right here.
Up there, okay, all right, okay.
The 93?
Now, and so the old rum trail is not a divided highway, correct?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it's a divided highway, so you're gonna have, at those two intersections, you're gonna have 4 sets of lights on one, and you're gonna have 4 sets of lights on the other. What's the distance between those? Well, what are you saying no?
Mr. D, Mr. D,
I don't know where
Mr. D.
4 sets of lights came from.
Mr. D. Can you explain where there's gonna be lighted
Okay.
intersections on this,
Sir,
please?
this intersection here,
Yes?
for this private driveway, which really services the bulk of these 3 buildings, this is intended to be a signalized intersection, okay?
On the divided highway?
Traffic signal, we're gonna make a break in Old Rum Trail, which is divided.
Yeah.
So that somebody traveling
From Derry?
westbound from Derry can make a left in, and so that when we leave and we wanna go to 93, we can make a left out. So we have to break that curb,
Okay,
and we're gonna put a signal here.
okay,
Now, we have undeveloped land to the north, so proper planning tells us that this would be a good location for them to connect in. So that could be a 4-way intersection, which I think is what you were trying to say.
yeah, yes.
About 1,000 feet to
1,000
the,
feet, yeah.
to the east is our second driveway, which will really serve as a secondary drive for one of the buildings and then to our smallest building here, okay? That is not intended to be signalized because it does not meet the warrant to be signals. You just can't pop a signal in on a road because you think it's a good idea. It has to meet, I think, Gen 9 criteria to warrant a signal. This one warranted the signal.
This is a state criteria?
Yeah,
It's actually
AASHTO,
yeah,
it's a federal criteria,
National criteria?
okay?
But this is not a federal road.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
What?
All traffic engineers follow that same criteria for traffic.
Thank you.
Let me
Thank you.
just finish, sir. So we are breaking the curb here, there'll be a left turn pocket, same thing there, not signal.
But you're not breaking the medium strip.
We are there, yes,
Oh, you are,
yes,
but it's not signal.
not signal.
Doesn't seem safe to me. This is an intersection off an interstate highway dumping into the town of Derry, into your project. There's going to be a lot of traffic, particularly truck traffic, okay? I see that as a problem. And wait a minute, I'm not a traffic engineer. I'm not an expert on anything, but I look at this, and I've got to figure out whether this is a safety issue or not, and I'm thinking it is. You folks are the ones that have to decide on this stuff. But I hope you think very strongly about this, and also about our issue with traffic throughout the town of Londonderry that is going to be a further burden on us. Please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody got any questions?
No, Ray, you're good.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ray. I'm Harold Morris at 20 Ash Street. Of course, my property is probably one of the most affected because they're going to be putting that road through, that fire road, and they're going to be blasting. That's all ledge there. We've already replaced our wells twice on Ash Street because of the highway when it went in, and now we're at 1,100 feet deep. I'm concerned about the blasting for the wells, and there are also 3 wells on that property that they need to be dealt with, decommissioned. The other thing is too, my house is 2/3, because they widened Ash Street twice. My house is now 2/3 in the setback. What's that new road gonna do to my setback on the side of the property now? Is that road gonna be moved 40 feet over to the left of my property line? It looks like it's coming right out near where my driveway is.
Kelly?
It's a right-of-way, it's not a road.
Yep.
That's the.
But what's the setback requirement in
Your
Londonderry?
setback will remain the same.
Huh?
Your setback will remain as it is today.
Is it? Okay. I do have photographs of the wells if you guys want them.
Sure.
They're out
Yeah,
there.
we can,
If I may, Mr. Chairman, we know where the wells are, and
Okay.
there are DES standards to abandon
Right,
a well.
yeah, I just want to make sure they
Yeah.
adhere to them.
And so
because
we have notes on the drawings. that the
our
wells
wells tested really good for
Be
no
abandoned.
PFAS. And we don't need to have our wells polluted.
Yep.
They're deep enough so they're not affected by PFAS.
Okay. And
All right?
the last thing I'll offer you, sir, is, and I agree with Kelly, we won't affect your setback, but we are running a water main right up there,
All right.
okay?
It's a long ways away to get to my house, the water
It's
main.
not- it's a lot closer than it is today.
There is, now you're saying that sewer was also going to be gravity feed?
Yes,
The way gravity works is things go downhill.
yes,
If you go out back to my property, it drops off
yes.
downhill this way, not
Yeah.
out towards Ash Street. So how are you guys gonna get your
Yeah.
sewer line to run that way?
We got that covered.
Really, really deep.
Yeah.
That's what I'm worried about. That's all solid ledge. You
Mr.
guys
Moore-
drive,
Mr.
you
Moore-
take exit 4, right? You know how deep that ledge is. That ledge, believe me, there isn't many spots I can dig deep on my property.
Mr.
So
Morissette-
that's a lot of blasting near our houses.
Yeah, Mr. Morissette is
Yeah.
correct. There's a little bit of earthwork closer to the street, but once we get kind of up on the flat, and then we dip down, but that sewer line is plenty deep to get through that low point, sir, and it,
All right? I'll just make you guys aware of it.
Yeah.
And,
Can I see those
okay,
pictures?
The sewer line now, is that double walled? I mean, he was concerned that a line was gonna break on the previous guy. What's gonna happen if that line breaks? That's a big industrial sewage swamp that's gonna come out and affect our wells.
we're not a big sewer user
Yeah.
at all, sir, in terms of volume. It's not intended to be any industrial waste.
Okay.
So, 10-inch PVC pipe is more than satisfactory
Okay,
to service
that's fine.
that. But I appreciate
One
your
thing I'm
comment.
concerned about. And the other thing was the wetlands. I had called the office and they said they were only gonna, with that new road, just come across and put a culvert in.
Correct.
But, you guys aren't even indicating all the perennial ponds that are behind it, and then part of them on my property, right on that line.
Well, we can't go on your property, but
Right,
we have
right.
them on our property. yeah.
Right, but you're not filling in anything over there other than just the culvert, right?
Just the culvert, sir.
Okay, all right. And the other issue is traffic. I don't know if you guys ever traveled down Ash Street on the weekend. People go to the grocery stores. There's 4 of them down there now. It's as bad as Interstate 93 on Ash Street. What's to say these people that work at these warehouses don't decide they want to go to Market Basket instead of getting on the highway to go get some supper before they head home? That's the only thing I got to say about that.
I want to be clear,
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you, just to be clear, there is no entrance to this development from Ash Street.
And we know that.
Okay.
We know that, but
Wanna make
at
sure
the
you
end of Ash Street Extension, you're gonna get in off the highway
Yeah, you
there
go take a left,
to go up
hook
to the
around.
grocery stores. And then you can go to the grocery stores and jump on 102 and get on 93 that way. The same, people go after work and they go shopping too.
Mm-hmm.
But the weekends are crazy. I can't even weed whack my lawn. It's just out of control. We're gonna get killed out there.
Sir, can I ask you what lot number you have?
I'm 20 Ash Street.
Okay, thanks.
And originally, I thought we were getting hotels and hospitals out back there, not warehouses. Original PUD development was mentioning hotels and hospitals, not Amazon distribution centers or whatever they're gonna put back there.
So I would say hotels and hospitals are going to bring a tremendous more amount of traffic than 4 warehouses.
Right, but Londonderry doesn't have a hospital. We could use a hospital. All right, I'm done.
Hello, my name is Tom Lannon. I own Seven Hills Development, and I am on the northeast corner of this project. I'm going to start by saying I'm totally in favor of the project. What I would really like to see if I could get an email of some sort
maybe showing me the drainage calcs. As I see there's a detention pond leading directly to my parcel. And I just wanted to check the drainage calcs. I'd like also to see if I could get some grading plans so I could better understand it. But again, I'm totally for the project. I'm not against it. Just would like to better understand what's coming my way as the construction begins.
Yes.
Yeah, no,
Happy to
that's,
send that.
yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah, okay.
I was trying to pull up where you're that little sliver, if I'm seeing this right, you're
On
that
the
little
upper
sliver on the top
right-hand
right corner of the
corner.
screen. Yeah,
Which attaches to a bigger sliver behind it.
yep.
And I just want to make sure it, right up in there, yes. That's all. Thank you very much. I appreciate everybody's time. Have a nice night.
Anything else from the public?
Dan Bouchard, 8 O'Connell Drive. I just want to ask a question about what Ray was talking about with that other entrance and exit that's not going to be signalized. Okay. Is there any way on this whole project to maybe have a road that goes to the signalized area if you're going to make a left-hand turn?
You can connect through, yeah, the drive does connect through, so I would bet some folks will decide to do that. And we're not necessarily saying that there'll never be a signal at this location. Again, there will be development occurring to the north of Old Drum Trail, and depending on how that all works out, there may be then more traffic oriented towards this intersection. But for this development alone, we're only anticipating a traffic signal meeting the warrants at the westmost intersection.
Okay. And I just want clarification because I heard Tony state that they were going to grind and pave the road, and I heard that they were going to just overlay the road. So I just would like some clarification. Are they going to grind and pave it, or are you just going to overlay it? I'm talking about Pillsbury Road.
Yeah, the intent is to construct the water main, trench patch the water main, let it sit for 90 days, let it settle, and then come in and mill 2 inches of pavement off it, and then fill with 2 inches of new asphalt. It's called the mill and fill.
Okay. I just want to reinforce what John was saying about the drainage on Pillsbury Road. I think that the board really needs to look at that. Yeah, they're going to hammer it, but, you know, hammering, they're going to disturb the road. Blasting, they're going to disturb the road. I don't want to see the taxpayers on the hook for that. The picture went away, Kelly.
I was just listening to you, Dan, I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you. So on those 4 buildings, are those going to be privately owned individually, or is it going to be one big project owned by one person?
At the start, it'll be owned by Trammell Crow. We have created subdivision primarily for financing purposes, but it could be exit strategy. Nothing lasts forever. So.
Okay. And on the Ash Street emergency for fire, is that going to be automatic? So if the fire trucks pull in there, they can, gate's going to open up automatically for them?
The request from the fire department of whatever kind of system they wanted has been met. So the fire department had a specific criteria that they asked for that the applicants agreed to.
Okay. My other question is on the sewer pump station. He mentioned there was going to have to be an upgrade at the Action Boulevard at some point. Who is going to be paying for those upgrades? John?
Ultimately, it would be the developer that pays for that, Dan.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anything else from the public?
Thank you. Kevin Smith, consultant with the project. Just 2 things I wanted to bring up to the board. One is, Lynn, you had asked a question earlier about the agreement with the PUD. So in the development agreement, it does speak to who shoulders the burden of roadway maintenance and offsite improvements. The nexus is to traffic only, though. It's not to utility improvements. That being said, as Jim has already stated here tonight, I'm sure he and John can work together to figure out a compromise solution to that.
And that's in the development agreement?
That's in the
Kevin?
development agreement,
Okay.
yeah. The other thing I would just point out to the board is that even though the traffic study shows a minimal impact to the secondary roadways in Derry and Londonderry from this project, and that most of the traffic will be utilizing north and south off of Old Rum Trail, I think it's important to note, too, that in the original traffic study for Woodmont Commons back in 2013, which is on the town's website, there's a whole piece in here, it's on page 6 of the traffic study, where the traffic consultant at the time in the town looked at roadway diversions onto exit 4A if it was ever constructed. And there's a significant amount of them. There's about 18 different intersections where the assumption is that you will have traffic off of those intersections because they'll be utilizing Old Rum Trail. For instance, you have traffic now that travels High Street to Ash Street down Londonderry Road to go to exit 4. Those cars won't be doing that anymore. Those cars will be utilizing Old Rum Trail. So at the same time that you will have some new traffic from this development going onto Derry's roads and some of Londonderry's, you're also going to have traffic now being taken off of these intersections as well as a result of the new exit interchange. And again, that's in the initial traffic study from 2013.
Anything else from the public?
I'm sorry, I don't want to take too much time. Ray Breslin, 3 Gary Drive. Back in the day, I took a walk up there, maybe 10 years ago, and there's an extreme amount of ledge up there. It's a very high elevation. It's actually one of the highest elevations in the town of Londonderry. I believe it's over 500 feet above sea level. Be an excellent place for a water tank where Woodmont and these other folks are going to need a lot of water. Is, from what I understand, there's a projection to run a water line underneath 93 to feed water. I don't know which direction or both directions going in. I think that's of a concern and isn't even part of this projection here, I guess. But getting back to the ledge and the height of that elevation, I would assume there's going to be an extreme amount of blasting up there. And if so, I don't think they're going to fill in the wetlands with this rock that they blasted out of there. They're probably going to be moving it off-site. So the assumption would be they're going to move it onto Rum Trail and then 93 and wherever it's going. That's assumption on my part. I don't know that. I would certainly hope that it's not coming down this proposed limited access road onto Ash Street, which I assume is going to be gated at some point, but not during the initial construction and the blasting that, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be done up there. Is there going to be any kind of a mining operation where all this rock is going to be blasted off there and shipped off-site? I would have to wonder. We currently have what I consider a mining operation on Rockingham Road in the north part of Londonderry. All of this, to me, is of great concern. It should be concern of others. So I guess I'm asking, I don't know if I'm expecting to get an answer, but is there not an extreme amount of blasting of ledge that is going to be, because of this high elevation, or is there intent to build, let's say, this southernmost building without doing any blasting? I don't think so. I think there's going to be a lot of blasting up there. And where is that going to be shipped to? And that's going to take a lot of heavy equipment and trucks shipping that out of there. Am I wrong?
Would you like me to answer the question?
Yes, please.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
give me a minute. Good God. So the gentleman's correct. You know, we have a hill. We've been open and forthright. We're dropping this hill about 30 feet, 35 feet. It is rock, sir. And if I've done my job right, the rock we take off that hill, we will use in other areas of the site to balance the site so that we are not exporting material. That is the goal of what a good site engineer will do. He'll try to make this thing balanced, okay?
Yep.
Now, when you blast, you get big pieces.
Yep.
We're gonna have a portable crusher there that makes little pieces. And economically, we will make our select materials for underneath pavement and our trench bedding and everything from that rock, so it's self-contained on the property. So we do not anticipate an export of material off this property. You're correct, there will be significant blasting. You're correct, we will have a crushing operation there, but when it's all said and done, you know, these big buildings, sir, need flat pads, and that's what we'll be creating right there.
Okay. So initially, you will have, and correct me if I'm maybe using wrong terminology, a mining operation where you're going to be blasting rock, you're going to be crushing rock, you're going to be moving the rock with heavy equipment, and you're going to be moving it to some other site, on-site.
On-site.
Nothing's removing off-site.
Processing the material.
Nothing is coming.
When I think of mining, I think of going deep, you know.
Well,
not going deep, but
30 feet of ledge is pretty deep.
we're topping that hill and using the
But
material on the
even
side.
where the southern building is, that's also higher elevation,
Ray.
is it not?
Ray,
What?
I've let you get away with a lot of stuff tonight. Calm down, okay?
Okay,
Please.
all right.
I've
I'm
let you
sorry.
get away with
That
a
one's
lot of
pretty much
stuff
a
tonight.
grade. You know, that one's pretty good.
Oh, okay.
And your water question is, I believe, John, correct me if I'm wrong, on the other side of 93 at the high point. Penachuk's building a water tower over there to
That's-
service Woodmont Commons and service this.
That's already been done.
Yeah, it's already built.
So there's no need to build a water tower here.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Thank you, Ray.
Thanks for your questions, Ray.
I just had one more point I wanted to bring out about the lighting, because these are, you know, residential areas that it abuts. And if you recall, the development on 102 that's being built, those townhouses, gentleman came in who abuts that property, questioning the lighting up his place. So I just want you to keep that in mind, because it's going to be close to some residential. Just maybe try to tone down the lighting a little bit.
Does this meet the dark sky requirements and
It does, yes.
everything else that you?
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's downcast lighting.
Thank you. All right. Anything else from the public? Seeing none, I will close public comment. All right, bring it back to the board. After public comment, does the board have anything they would like to add?
I have a question. I noticed the plans you had, and the trees that were around the property. Do you foresee some kind of opening in those trees to 102? Will there be a view of your property from 102, from 93? I'm just curious, what's it gonna look like from
You know,
93?
it's always very difficult to predict, you know, it's really difficult to predict what it will look like. I wouldn't be surprised if there's, traveling northbound on 93, that you'll catch a view of the back of Building 1. This is a significant area of trees to remain, 600, 700, 800 feet, but it is fairly low. My guess is you would see the effect of the project, but I don't think it will be a stark development along the highway. That would be my guess.
If I could add, Mr. Chair, so I think maybe where you're going, Ann, is this does comply with the screening and height requirements for that vegetative buffer that the regulations dictate when a project is adjacent to a major highway, similar to projects we've had on the other end of 93 by Exit 5.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate both of you for answering that.
What, it's a pretty large site, 750,000 square feet of buildings under a roof. What's the tax impact look like that? What is the expected revenue generated out of a site like this?
At full build-out, the conservative estimate is a little over 2 million, and that's
Annually.
annually, and that's based on an assumption that the tax rate won't change in the next 10 years, which I think we all know that's not going to be the case. So the number will likely be larger than 2 million, but at today's value, it would be 2 million.
Thank you. Do we have any idea what the town gets for tax revenue out of this chunk of land today?
Today,
Undeveloped.
I don't know off the top of my head. If you give me some time, I can try and pull it up.
It's all right. Don't worry about it. So
It's less than 2 million.
it's less than $2 million.
That's a better way to put it.
Yeah.
It's less than 2 million.
Less than $2 million. All right. I think we have I think we have an opportunity here for a very good development in the town of Londonderry that requires very little services from the town of Londonderry, i.e. adding to our school district, adding to fire, police. I think the impact is minimal, very similar to a Pettingill Road. I think that's a very fair assumption. What I'm seeing here compared to the master plan, the original master plan for Woodmont, is a significant reduction in actual developed area on the south side of the Old Rum Trail. Is that a fair assumption? I think it was to the tune of 60% or something along those lines. Mr. D, you mentioned it a little bit earlier. It almost seems, I won't say grand slam, but it seems that this is very beneficial for the town of Londonderry. There's been some conversation about, and sorry I'm looking down, I'm trying to look at my computer here. There's been some conversation about the lighted intersection on the, I guess that's the easterly exit to this development. The main entrance to this development is going to be lighted. The easterly entrance to this development does not have a signalized intersection because it is not meeting the national requirements of what is going to require a signalized intersection, correct?
Correct.
It's not to say there won't be one in the future. Obviously, there's a northern part of exit 4A that still has potential to be developed, and perhaps down the road with that development would then create meeting the need for a signalized intersection there. But there will be a signalized intersection into this development, a signalized intersection that is not already put up now, which are the two going north and south on the highway there.
Although potentially not immediately though, Jake.
Oh, what?
Potentially not immediately though.
Potentially not immediately.
Correct.
So,
Jen?
is there one or is there not one?
That is, the decision really lies with the town and DOT.
Correct.
What they'd like us to do, because of course, when it's first built, it's not occupied, it's not meeting those
Yeah,
thresholds.
of course.
But given we know with the intensity of the development here it will, I would suggest that the town and DOT would both be supportive of signalizing it.
In the
so that
future.
that expectation is there that it is signalized. So I would suggest that it would make sense for the equipment to go in and everything to be ready to go.
Thank you. Anything else from the board here on this?
I just wanted to reemphasize one point you made too. If it's developed out R&D industrial, you're gonna have far less pressure on your arterial roads as well, and you're gonna have more on and off traffic on Interstate 93, which can carry that load. So to a lot of the folks that have concerns about the pressure or already poor or stressed roadways, you're gonna have less of that. I think Kevin brought up a good point that I think some of the folks will actually use exit 4A, cutting down on Ash Street. And I know from living next to industrial facilities, to your point, there's actually, they kind of go dark on the weekend. So you won't have that pressure out there. If you had that hotels or multifamily residential out there, you're gonna have a lot more pressure on the weekends, because that's when people recreate. So, and they're there. So it is a win for a use for that
Very good
location.
use for the piece of land.
Mr. Chair, if it's appropriate, the answer to your question about,
Thank you.
about $52,000 annually currently.
Nice. Very nice. I would consider this very tax positive.
If I may,
Big
just
difference.
2 more
Sure.
points before you get into your decision-making.
Sure.
The first being, and I think it was stated at the very beginning, but I think it's an important note to emphasize, and that is that this developer is utilizing the underlying zoning. So meaning PUD or not,
This could still
this
be.
is a possibility.
Yep.
And then the second point is, if the board's will is to conditionally approve this application, could you just please ensure that you include that the recording of the subdivision would be a condition of this approval prior to this plan signature?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything else from the board?
I think we should also add the grinding and repaving, because I don't think it's on the plan, is it?
No.
It's not on the plan, so we should add that.
John, would that be part of the, help me out here a little bit, would that be part of the final engineering review?
It'll be, again, right now, it's only showing a 2-foot cutback. It's not showing grinding of the road. So Jim and I can work through that.
Okay.
I guess my,
We'll work it out.
It's
I
gotta be
guess, I guess
enforceable.
my concern, Tony, is if we put that on the plan and final engineering says they need to do X, Y, and Z, well, now the plan only says X, I guess is my concern. I mean, it's evident that the applicant knows they're doing it, staff knows they're doing it, they have to finish. Sounds like there's a little bit more of an agreement that needs to happen on what that off-site improvement is. Is that,
Again,
Am I
right
in the
now,
ballpark here?
I'm answering a question. Right now, the plan does not show it to grind and overlay the road.
Isn't it, in order for it to be enforceable, doesn't it have to be on the plan?
In my opinion, it does. Or make it a condition.
I think that it would be beneficial to formalize it as a condition.
Yep.
I don't think you need to get overly specific, but I think that would be
yeah,
more beneficial than not.
yeah, okay. So that's fine. Guys got anything?
I agree.
Okay. All right. We have a few things to work on here.
Waivers.
First,
maybe we should
the
have-
first thing is waivers.
we should have some staff input on the.
Yeah. Can you, Mr. Trotter, can you talk, or Kelly, please talk about some of these waivers and what they pertain to, and so on and so forth, please?
Hold on, bear with me.
Take your time, Mr. Trotter.
Thank you, Mr. Butler.
It's like a January 6, 2025 note from Swanson that talks about it, waiver request number 1,
Correct,
number 2.
the formal written request from the applicant in your materials.
And I'm looking at the April 24th written waiver request.
Correct.
Okay.
The peak flow velocity in the sanitary sewer, again, as the basis of the request was, again, due to the topography of the site and the sloping of the site, staff would recommend, engineering does recommend approval of that. Waiver number 2 was the pipe size, velocity, and type, which requires a maximum design velocity of 10 feet per second. Again, due to the topography of the site, the nature of the site, staff would support that waiver request. Drainage structures greater than 18 feet. Again, it's all because of the topography of the site. Staff would recommend that. Waiver number 4, to allow 2 driveways onto Old Trail that will exceed 24 feet in width. Again, due to the nature of the site and the geometry, the truck access to the, on the south side of Old Trail, staff would agree with that waiver request. The waiver number 5, I'm probably not in the same order as yours, but,
I think you are.
okay. Structural section of the parking lots. Again, this is based on a geotechnical report. Staff would agree with that waiver request. Item number 6, waiver request number 6, 10% of the interior landscape. That's Kelly's baby.
So waivers 6, 7, 8, as noted in the staff memorandum and in the written request by the applicant, all relate to landscaping standards. These are, again, landscaping area with respect to front parking lots, shade trees, and the amount of shade trees per X number of feet. This is a typical waiver that we see for industrial projects, and so staff would support, again, waivers 6, 7, and 8. Waiver number 9 is relating to the plan scale, which we would support. And I think 10 is a landscaping one again, which we would support. And I think it's back to you.
11 is requiring the identification of all the existing drainage structures in the vicinity of the project. All the appropriate inverts and rims have been found. Item number 12, regarding the granite curb. Just right now, the PUD, again, Jim, you're referring back to basically just the panel,
Yeah.
between the driveway and the,
And the curbing, John. The PUD requires vertical curbing everywhere. We'd like to use slope granite curb
yeah.
and then separation of a green strip and then the sidewalk.
So again, this also would include some of the interior parking areas too. If you look at if you look at existing Woodmont curbing out there, it is all vertical granite curbing. The only slope granite curbing out there is, there's a ring
correct.
around Baldwin, and there's some temporary bituminous curbing out there that is associated for future development of that site. So I just want to make it clear that per the PUD, that's all supposed to be vertical granite curbing. Is if you go out there today, everything is vertical granite curbing except, like I say, the ring road around the Baldwin. So that's your call.
Is there,
I have no input.
is there a functional purpose for vertical curbing?
Again, vertical granite curbing is much harder to mount than it would be a slope granite curbing or a bituminous curbing. My recollection, there's a few of us that still sit here, when Woodmont had come forward, they wanted to be high class, so that's why they had said, everything's gonna be vertical granite curbing. So like I say, you go out there today, everything is vertical granite curbing. There was a site out there that they had started putting bituminous, and even their Woodmont's own clerk of the works stopped everything, said, it's gonna be vertical granite.
Yeah, so the bituminous is, I think it's a waste of money, but the vertical is currently and will consistently be a problem for the people using that facility. I would guess on a day when everyone's driving well, there's between 70 and 100 rims of cars that are ruined because of that. I would also say that because this site is disconnected pretty much
Yeah, if it was in the middle of Main Street.
from what we consider now the core of that facility, that I don't think it's necessary.
I guess
I would lay them over. I
My,
think they serve the same
my
purpose.
thought to that is, This is an industrial strike, involves a lot of tractor trailers. Tractor trailers take a lot of room to move around and swing, and I don't think vertical curbs would be advantageous to that much tractor trailer.
I agree, and if you've been into the Noria site,
Yeah.
trying to drag a trailer,
Disaster.
it's a nightmare. It's a total
There's
nightmare.
that median there for the no left
And
hand
there's,
turn.
and there's a median instead of a painted rumble strip,
Correct.
median. But those
Remember that
stand,
thing
those,
you and I argued about, John? It's a real
Yeah.
pain in the butt.
Those
I
stand-ups.
told you we shouldn't do it.
those stand-ups are a killer. They really are.
He proposed it.
Yeah, but anyway,
Very quickly, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
The project, we respect the aesthetics of granite. We love granite. It'll be used on our main drives and throughout heavy turning movement areas because it's much more forgiving. We do use the Cape Cod bituminous, usually in the backs of these buildings where it's less visual, but it does define, it captures drainage and it defines edges of pavements.
until a
And
plow
then-
hits it,
Pardon me?
until a plow hits it. And then
You
it's
hit a
gone.
granite curve hard enough with a plow, it goes away
And
too.
then, in front where we have sidewalk, it's usually sidewalk, concrete reveal as well. So the blend of those three curbs make up our project. And I agree with you, the word we use is forgiving. Slope granite is much more forgiving for larger vehicles. Yep.
Anyway, I didn't hear what number 11, John, I didn't hear what you said. Was that, was number 11 you're in favor of as a staff or not?
I'm sorry.
Waiver request number 11,
Yeah, for the,
Raymond inverts, elevations of
Yeah,
these?
I'm in favor of, I'm supportive of that.
Okay, thank you.
Those are the structures that on the periphery, so,
Yep, and then did you finish 12?
again, I'm just letting you people aware,
This
it's,
is
Okay.
it's your call.
Okay.
Where you ask Kevin for input on that? Yeah, we should. What?
Kevin, does Woodmont have any objection to curbing here?
We support
They actually submitted a letter of support for that particular waiver.
Thank you. All right, so, for starters,
Want to take them all together?
yeah, for starters, I'm looking for a recommendation to grant waivers 1 through 12 of staff memorandum dated June 4th, 2025, and they can be granted without substantial detriment to the public good.
So move, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion from
Receive
Mr.
that.
Rugg. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
I have a second from Mr. Wiles. All in favor, please say aye, starting with Ann.
Ann Champa, aye.
Giovanni Verani, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Aye, Lynn Miles.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jason Knightsey.
Sean Faber, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. These waivers have been granted. All right, I have got a conditional use permit. I am looking for a motion to approve the CUP for approximately 14,680 square feet of wetland impact and 30,750 square feet of wetland buffer impact for the construction of an approximately 750,000 square feet of industrial buildings along with associated site improvements.
So move, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion from Mr. Rugg. Do I have a second?
Second that, Mr. Chair.
I have a second from Lynn. All in favor, starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Giovanni Verani, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Lynn Wiles, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jason Knightsey.
Sean Faber, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. The CUP has been granted. Before we get into conditional approval here, let's discuss what we wanted to see for an additional conditions added to the staff memorandum. Mr. DeFrancesco, you had a specific on the Pillsbury Road area of the improvements to be milling and overlaying.
So it was, as the testimony was, 2 inches of milling and overlay on that road. Correct me, please, if I missed.
No,
Could I
you
read
didn't.
to you what I wrote?
Please.
I don't like doing this, but to help move the dialogue along.
Yep.
The applicant agrees to work with town engineer on the final construction details of Pillsbury Road. In general, the improvements shall include shoulder improvements on the north side for drainage, mill and fill of the entire width of Pillsbury in the reaches of the water and utility extensions, as well as Ash Street up to the emergency access road, because we've got quite a bit of utilities, we get sewer right in the middle there, so. So mill and fill on Ash Street from Londonderry Road, and on the west side of Pillsbury, where we've got water, and maybe gas, maybe not gas.
In Londonderry Road as well. Ash, Londonderry, and Pillsbury.
The 900 feet of Londonderry Road? Okay.
Right, you're
Yeah.
going down center line of,
No, that sounds right.
All right, so,
So does that statement then give you enough teeth
Right.
in a year and a half or 2 years?
if we don't come to an agreement, we come back here. You're the judge and jury.
Okay.
And we're fine with that, too.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure you have teeth.
Good, yep.
When push comes to shove, it's what's written down on the plans, that's what we all learn as we go along, right? So,
and just, if I'm seeing this right, this is Michael's Way to Ash Street to where it's going up the development. When you say Londonderry Road, you're looking, looks like it stops at Bodie. So
Correct.
from Bodie to Ash Street.
Yep.
Okay. Everybody's good with that?
yeah.
All right. And was there a second one?
To make sure the subdivision plan is recorded prior to the site plans being signed.
You're gonna remember all that when we forget about it in
I
2
got it written
seconds, and
down.
you're gonna help me out?
One
Alright,
other one
perfect.
that I had written down in the historical marker. I know that they
It's in
offered
the
that.
drawings,
It's,
John.
it's on the plan.
It's
you.
on the-
Yeah, it's on the
I
plan.
missed it.
We're good. It's right there. It's up there right now.
Are you talking about this thing, John?
Yeah.
remnant of the original Old Rum Trail.
All right. So, if somebody would like to give me a motion, I would greatly appreciate one.
That's Arthur's job.
Nudge, nudge, Mr. Rugg.
Tony's a voting member tonight, so Tony,
It's your job. I'm the new
my
guy.
assignment. Okay, Mr. Chair, I will make a motion to grant conditional approval of an application for a formal review of a site plan to include 4 industrial buildings that total 751,600 square feet, along with associated site improvements and conditional use permits for 14,680 square feet of wetland impacts and 30,750 square feet of wetland buffer impacts. Old Rum Trail, Bike Avenue, and Ash Street, tax map 10, lots 45, 46, 47, 48, 50, 57, 58, and 62, zone industrial 1, and Woodmont Commons PUD. Pillsbury Realty Development LLC and Hyrax Dairy Partners LLC are the owners, and TC Boston Development Incorporated is the applicant in accordance with plans dated December 13th, 2024, last revised April 17th, 2025, with the precedent conditions to be fulfilled within 120 days of approval and prior to plan signature, and general and subsequent conditions of approval to be fulfilled as noted in the engineering memo. And there are 2 conditions to be added on to it.
Which involve the milling and overlay of Pillsbury and Ash Street and a portion of Londonderry Road, and that the subdivision plan be recorded prior to signature of the site plan.
I'll second the motion, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion. I have a second. All in favor, starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Giovanni Veroni, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Lynn Wiles, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jason Knight, sir.
Sean Faber, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. You have a conditionally approved site plan.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Let me see here.
Everything else up by what I need now.
Take it in a minute, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Thank you.
Here's my agenda.
I got a written one here.
All right, there it is.
Right here. great.
All right. So we are on to some other business. We have a public hearing on amendments to the Londonderry zoning ordinance relating to the removal of the Route 28 Performance Overlay District and references to Route 28 POD in its entirety. The following sections are proposed to be amended. Zoning ordinance, section 4.1.2, use table. Zoning ordinance 4.6.7, Performance Overlay District, Route 28 Corridor. Zoning ordinance, section 7.6.d.8, signs permitted and prohibited by district. Zoning ordinance 6.3.11, Route 28 Performance Overlay District, conditional use permit criteria. Kelly Karen. Mr. Trotter, have a wonderful night, sir.
You leaving? Give me a second,
Thank you.
Mr. Chair. I apologize. I'm just getting my stuff.
That mean you're staying late at the next one? Kelly's going home early? Thank you, John.
John's gonna run the cable studio next meeting.
All right, Kelly.
All right. So first is 28 overlay. Yep. So just to reiterate, Mr. Chair, what you highlighted, the proposed amendment is to remove the Route 28 Performance Overlay District in its entirety. So the red line document shows exactly that, deleting any references to the 28 Overlay District. So this is a result of the discussion we had actually maybe 2 years ago now, and then once again this past April at our work session. This is the direction that the board agreed with going, and that again is to remove this overlay district in its entirety. Just to recap the history of the overlay district, it was initially adopted in 2002, and the intent at that time was to assist with keeping the corridor in line with, at that time, the 1997 master plan, which had some objectives like regulating development to ensure it was supported by planned infrastructure, which again at that time was the widening of I-93. And I think that a simple way to put it is the idea was to impose additional dimensional requirements that were a bit more restrictive to limit the development of, again at that time, big box stores. So obviously we've come a long way since 2002. And from what I've heard from the board and a good amount of the public is that this area, again, 28, the exit 5 corridor, if you will, is prime for redevelopment. We would like to see this area redeveloped. And in my view, and I think the board has agreed so far with me on this, removing this overlay and therefore the dimensional requirements associated with the overlay district would allow for greater potential of redevelopment of this area. A couple of other notes I wanted to highlight just in terms of data, if you will. So there's 41 lots in this overlay district. The zoning districts, the underlying zoning, I should say, include commercial 1, commercial 2, agricultural residential, and multifamily residential. So those are the districts that would remain if the overlay is in fact removed. And from a procedural standpoint, because this does impact individual parcels, each individual owner of those parcels were notified by certified mail that there would be a hearing this evening. So that did happen. That's a statutory requirement, so we followed that. And then, again, procedurally this evening, the board's role for this item, given that it's an amendment to the zoning ordinance, would be to make a recommendation to the town council. And then the town council would hold their own first reading and public hearing on this matter and be the body that makes the final decision on this amendment. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Does the board want to discuss this, or would we like to go to the public first?
I'd like to hear from the public first, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, we've had a fair amount of discussion.
Yeah, we've
about it.
discussed it a lot. Yeah.
That's fair. All right, I'll open up to the public. Route 28, Performance Overlay District removal.
Oops, sorry.
Hey, Deb.
Good evening. Deb Paul, 118 Hardy Road. I'm not here to express an opinion about this subject matter. Basically, I just want to get some information, and Kelly did answer some of my questions, which was how many lots are affected, and she just told me 41. I was hoping to maybe get some more data in the sense of the size of these lots that are in the overlay that would be affected if it got removed. My second question was the underlying zoning, which Kelly did answer. So that gets done. And my third question, where the heck is it? Okay. So my third question is there a way, and this is just for information, I don't need it tonight, but to kind of do a little bit of a spreadsheet to let the owners be aware as well as the boards, if the overlay stays in place, right? How many uses will the owners still are taking advantage of, like what the uses are? And if we remove it, will they lose any? Will they gain any? What would change so people could see the actual, how it would change and how it would affect the piece of land and how that area gets developed? So that was one of it. And you said, my other question was, and then I gotta go home, that you had notified all the landowners, which is great. Will they also be notified when it goes to the council?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. That was it. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deb.
I think the majority of these are very small lots, correct?
Do you want me to
Kelly?
answer the question?
I was gonna, you probably have the.
So
if you
this is
could.
actually, this is also on the website, the document I have up on the screen. So with respect to your question about the lot sizes, so this table here summarizes this column right here, the acreage. But just to summarize it further, there are 2 residential lots totaling 3.32 acres. One lot in the multifamily district, it's 10 acres. In the C1 district, there are 8 lots totaling 48 acres. And then in the C2, commercial 2, there are 30 lots totaling 52 acres.
Is that what she's saying?
Thank you.
And then I think the other question was about the uses. And this table here summarizes the allowed uses in the underlying zoning districts. And again, this is on the website, I believe it's on the website, I should say. If not, I can put it up there, but it was in the materials on the website.
Thank you. All
So
right.
I think just to shorten my response about the uses, I think the primary change would be, right now, there are with the overlay remaining, mixed-use residential is permitted by a conditional use permit. And self-storage warehousing, another fairly significant use, is permitted by a conditional use permit. And so is a group childcare. So just a couple to highlight.
Mr. Chair, could I speak to Deb? The original intent of it was to eliminate big boxes. There isn't any significant portion, there isn't any significantly sized parcels of land that you're ever gonna get a big box on Route 28.
Well, that wasn't I remember that whole,
Yeah.
with Mike Brown, and I remember all of that. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, may I speak?
Sure.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I remember all of that. My thing is, I want to just make sure that the landowners actually have a good understanding, and the people around that land understand what would change. And if it's not much, or if it stops one thing, and do you know what I mean? You guys understand all this, and you know where it is, and you know where, but they don't know where it is. And so
Yeah.
to put it all together in one spot and in layman's terms for people, just
100%, and you make a great point, and I would hope that if there's going to be an article about this in the local newspaper that everybody gets in their mailbox, that it mentions the fact that it is on the website. All of this information is on the website, and when I looked at it, it was 2 clicks, which is a home run. In fact, you could probably either call IT or Kelly or the town manager or whomever, and maybe do a little primer for the general public to understand how to get to it on the website. And I think that would be extremely valuable to everybody, because everything's right there. It's very
I do
comprehensive.
agree with you, but there are a lot of people out there who don't like to read, don't want to look at that. They just want it right there in a paragraph. Okay, this is what I can do, this is what I can't do, I'm off.
I get it.
I mean, I'm not being rude to you, please
No, I get it.
understand.
I get it.
So I'm trying to be inclusive of everyone that's out there, just so they understand, so people don't get, so they don't misunderstand what's actually gonna happen. Like, we're gonna lift this up and 15 big box stores are gonna come in, whatever. Again, I can't take an opinion on this at all.
Right.
I just am trying to get as much data in one little spot concisely that basically explains to them. And the reasoning for my questioning was basically so the landowners there and the people around there will understand this is really the thing that will change.
Yep.
If that can be done in like a little paragraph and put on that
And you
website,
make it,
that
and you
would
make
be
a good
amazing.
point, and you make a good point, and when it goes to town council, and you all have your public hearing, there's
Uh-huh.
gonna be the further discussion and further explanation, so that, and every
Right.
time this happens, more and more people understand, and.
Well, that's my
and you-
goal
you
for
are
coming
correct.
here and getting this stuff done, and hopefully there'll be something, and this way, when people come to the public hearing at the council, they'll be ready with questions.
Yep.
That was my goal, so,
Yep.
thank you, have a good evening.
Just, I have up on the screen, just since this is being recorded and it's live, how to get to this. If you go to the Agenda Center on the website, Planning Board Agenda, takes you to our agenda. At the very bottom, there's a link to all the materials. That takes you to the materials page, and under the 28 Overlay District amendments, it gives an overview document, which is the exact document that I had in front of you folks this evening.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. All right. Anything else from the public? Evening, sir. How are you?
Excellent, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Dave Robbins, 532 Mammoth Road in Londonderry. So kind of first I'm hearing about the overlay. I kind of picked this up, I don't know, it was either yesterday or this afternoon, gave it a quick read. So kind of looking through the purpose of the original overlay from 2002, when I read through the document as it was originally published, part of the purpose and the intent was to minimize adverse traffic impacts on the corridors and surrounding local roadways. Still it's a bigger topic probably today than it was in 2002 when this overlay was adopted. Provide and attract high-quality, diverse, sustainable economic development within the district. Still want to do that. I can't imagine we don't. Minimize negative impacts on the environment, such as water quality, air quality, prevention of noise pollution, light pollution. Number 4, to protect the remaining aquifers within the town of Londonderry. To provide appropriate mixed uses in the area or abutting other natural complexes, formed areas such as the Musquash Conservation Area. So I'm not sure what's provoked the need now to remove the overlay. For 23 years, we've had this overlay in place in this area, and people have developed the area with these zoning guidelines in mind, and it's been reasonably successful. It's staying consistent with what kind of Londonderry desires. There are things in here for landscaping, setbacks, and as implied, these lots aren't huge. I mean, Target's not going to build on a 4-acre lot, right? But there are other things in here that I think we want.
as a town. We want to protect kind of the natural look of the area. We want to promote the business, all for bringing them in. But I mean, in a 4-acre lot, I think we want to have some control over what someone's going to build on a 4-acre lot. We don't want to say, oh, it's a C1, you just plop down a big building in here. I think this probably offers us a little more control of what someone can do on that lot, and I think we should keep it. And, again, the number one thing, again, on Mammoth Road, we've been down fighting about traffic as a secondary cut-through road for years here. And every time we start talking about building up in the area, that, kind of sets off that tingling in the back of my neck. It's like, oh God, here we go. But again, my opinion is that there's nothing in here that's bad. I mean, I think these are good goals for us, and I think we should keep the overlay in place.
Could I just, I'm sorry, what was your address again?
532 Mammoth.
Thank you.
Let's wait. Anybody else?
Okay.
Robin Stewart, 522 Mammoth. It's the same thing I always say, it's the traffic. And if we continue to just bring things in, if we remove the overlay and just let people build bigger things, we're just adding more traffic. Right now, as far as I know, just off the top of my head, we have a new apartment building across from the car dealership. I don't know how many apartments are there. We have a new one that y'all just approved that goes behind the car dealership. I think there's 3 buildings, maybe 4, of apartments. Over by the cold storage, this is all just in one corner. I understand that land was just sold and they're gonna put in apartment buildings. We have industrial buildings being built up at Page and Mammoth. Page and 28. And we have that PUD, which is 400 apartments, commercial, I don't know what else is it, industrial, that's all going in there. Most of that, none of that traffic has hit us yet. We just had an accident at the end of our road, which we keep saying, they keep sending tapes to you, the people who live up at that corner. We just had one yesterday where somebody had to be transported, pardon me?
Page and
Page and Old Mammoth.
And Old Mammoth?
It's always there. I mean, the person had to be transported to the hospital via ambulance. The front of somebody's car was in again, and the person who lives in the corner in their front yard. And it doesn't seem to me that we need to just continue to be reactive. We need to start being proactive and think about, why would we take this off? What advantage is it to the people to just continue to dump on us without having some kind of protection? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from the public? So, go ahead, Ray. I'm gonna wait.
Ray Breslin, 3 Gary Drive.
Hi, Ray.
This whole area that you're talking about here is in the DOT's 10-year plan. And there is discussion about doing a lot of work up here. Multi-million dollars, okay? Including at the end of Mammoth Road, where the gas station is, which we've all talked about and we're all aware of. And once again, we go back to traffic issues. We have a lot of traffic issues in this area, and there is already commercial along this area and continues to be when it's allowed in our zoning regulations. But we've had discussions about up here at Exit 5, where if you approve these things and it becomes a traffic problem, and you go back to the state and say, we got a traffic problem here, they're going to say, you approved this. What do you want us to do now? This 10-year plan, I think the town of Londonderry needs to look at this and find out what is the intent with this, which is already in the 10-year plan, and as far as the state is concerned, has been approved. One of them is for $7,936,000 and $2. And the other one is for $4,886,000. This is all up in this area, okay? And I see a map here. I see where this is. There's already all kinds of commercial being built up here and housing, and this road goes from at exit 5, which is 5 to 6 lanes underneath 93, some of them being turning lanes, and down to 2 lanes by the time you get to, well, before you get to Dunkin' Donuts, maybe even where the new diesel stop is there. And so this whole area, I get the idea that you want to promote commercial areas, but we got a lot of area up to the airport. And by the way, further up the road here on Rockingham Road, we got a lot of area that's going to be developed, particularly on the right-hand side going north. Probably that's a good place for that. But on this stretch here, this area should be at least 3 lanes. Wait a minute, I'm not a traffic engineer. I'm just looking at this. There should be at least a turning lane along here where you could turn into some of these developments, businesses, and so forth. As far as I'm concerned, it should be 4 lanes, but that's a whole different story. When we get up here at the end of Mammoth Road where the gas station is, which we've been talking about development up there, that whole thing is in the 10-year plan. I think that's the $7,936,000 proposed, and probably it's going to escalate from there. So my point is this. Fine, you want to designate an area here, and you want to make this a commercial zone. It's already a commercial zone pretty much. And we got to work with the DOT on improving this. And what is the town's plan in regards to that? I have to ask. So, I think, in my opinion, commercial that we're currently building, that we know exit 4A, and up to the airport in particular, we got a lot of land up there that can be developed further. A lot of it has been developed, all well and good. That's a good damn place for it. I'm sorry, didn't mean to say damn. A good place for it, okay?
It's allowed now.
So, I would have to, I really think we have to think strongly about, it makes reasonable to take this overlay district off this. I don't think it's a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I got a notice because I have property there. Dan Bouchard, 8 O'Connell Drive. So Kelly, all those yellow, that's every lot that's impacted by this overlay district?
Correct.
Is that what I understand?
Correct.
So I guess my question to the board is, what benefit is it to a landowner if you remove the overlay? Is it good, bad, indifferent?
I'm sorry, was that to them or me?
So,
Anybody, a realtor, a developer, I don't care who
I
it
think
is.
that's subjective.
yeah.
I think it
Very.
depends what you want to do with your land. If
I
you
think
don't
it's up
like,
to really the landowner.
Yeah.
They're gonna make the decision.
So, obviously, there's dimensional requirements that are involved with this, which would get relaxed, right? There is also an aspect of this that with the performance overlay district, multifamily residential is allowed inside of the performance overlay district. Kelly, am I correct?
correct.
Currently, right now, it's allowed.
Right now,
Okay.
if the performance overlay district was not there, Kelly, would multifamily residential be allowed?
No.
Okay, so,
No, I should be clear. There's one multifamily lot, so that would remain.
yes. So, it depends on what you see as a benefit or not. I see a lot of people complaining about a certain type of facility that's going up in town, that we tried to rectify this a couple years ago, and it didn't happen. And since then, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 multifamily residential parcels that are looking to be built here.
Okay.
So, for me, the benefit I see of it is it's getting rid of a multifamily aspect on Route 28.
And keeping more commercial?
It would allow the existing commercial that would have different setbacks to it. Again, you're still, in reality, what are you gonna build on a 2-acre lot, right?
I think,
Yeah.
I just want to reiterate what you just said, because I don't know if everyone caught it.
I don't think everybody is
The
understanding
underlying
it.
zoning is going to remain. The commercial zoning that exists there today is going to remain. And the point of breaking down the available parcels and analyzing them in terms of development potential was to highlight that there's maybe 1 or 2 parcels that are even in a professional view developable when you break it down by acreage and without the 28 overlay. So, but that be what my other point was, what I've heard is we do want redevelopment to occur here, and like I said earlier, removing those dimensional requirements would better allow that if someone wanted to do that, and if they wanted to do it on the lots that are able to be redeveloped, which again are not many, but there are some.
Somebody's jumping at the bit.
Can I speak? There are a lot of older residential uses here that the POD essentially takes a smaller lot and renders it
Small.
Yeah, renders it small.
Okay.
So you can't redevelop. It makes it way more difficult to redevelop that parcel. And instead, if they want to change the use from their residential parcel, allow them to sell and move out and find a new place that's not on Route 28, they have to either retrofit their existing old house that was built in the 50s, which is pretty near impossible and probably not very safe. And it allows you to still develop with all the site planning regulations within the confines of that 1 acre lot. And unfortunately, that's what you have here. You don't have a lot of larger lots. And, but you still have site planning regulations. You still have the zoning restrictions and all the other items that allow you to preserve all the items that Mr. Robinson said. I mean, the fact that we have traffic issues, they exist everywhere in the town. But the POD when it first was enacted on Route 28 wasn't proposed for Route 28. It came after the Home Depot came in on 102, and they said, well, we want to make sure there's no big box retail anywhere in the town of Londonderry. So they moved it over to Route 28 and any commercial zone that allowed big box retail. So the applicable use here on Route 28 doesn't work.
So on Route
And actually, to Kelly's point, the multifamily that I heard a lot of people talking about was a result of putting the POD here.
Correct.
Okay, so hypothetically, if you have a 7 acre lot, can you put a target on there?
No.
No, not enough acreage?
2 aisles.
No, you would need like five 7 acre lots to put assuming those all developable and no wetlands
Okay.
and what have you.
All right, okay, that was my
But there
question.
really isn't any remaining pieces there. You could put enough, I mean, I guess you could
You'd have to combine
consolidate
a
a
lot of
whole
them.
hell of a lot, but all that area, well, no, I don't think you'd ever see that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Ruff, I want to finish with the public first. I know there's still one more person here that hasn't
Okay,
talked.
I just wanted to make a point.
See if he has anything he wants to add. All right. Mr. Ruff.
But the PODs were designed to be temporary. And of course, in the government, anything temporary becomes permanent. And we've had them for 20 years. We never imagined they would last that long. But they were to correct a problem we're having at that time. You know what happens? Times change. So I think we have to adapt to the time and then to what the the landowners probably would desire. There's really not much significant change on what will happen there anyway.
What's up?
Then why change it if nothing's gonna change?
So-
Take the other, then why change it?
It's temporary. So why keep
I
on
want to
doing
get back to what I said a couple minutes ago. I don't think anybody heard exactly what I said. Okay? The way this PUD is set up, multifamily is residential is allowed inside of this PUD. We get rid of the PUD, multifamily residential is no longer allowed inside of these. Does that make sense?
So if you
Do-
get
do-
rid of the overlay, multifamilies are no longer allowed, is that right?
Ms. Karen, can you please verify?
Hold on. I'm just
Except
gonna
for
pull it
one
up.
lot.
Except for the one lot that it's legitimately permitted in.
R3.
Yep.
While she's doing that, Mr. Chair, so the key point to understand about this whole thing is that the underlying zoning still stays. So to the gentleman's point about all the things that the PUD did, it was written, I know who wrote it, so I had to be careful, but it was written in a way that just said exactly the same thing that the underlying zoning said. So all of those things that you listed that the PUD did, the underlying zoning does that also. And I want to make sure that everybody understands that you're not giving up any of that stuff. What you're giving away is instead of I'm gonna make up the number because I can't remember the exact ones because my meds are wearing off. But the instead of a 75-foot setback on the road, it's only going to be a 50-foot setback on the road. Something like that. Don't hold me to the numbers, please. That's the difference. So you have a 1 acre zone in
1 acre lot.
Thank you. A 1 acre lot that by the time the buildable space in it is a little tiny square to do anything. If I owned that, I would be glad this PUD was leaving because I could probably make some money on it. That's my position on it. I don't own any of that land, so it really doesn't matter. But I'm going to leave it there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Kelly.
So I just want to recap Tony's point before I get into the multifamily. So right now, yes, there are dimensional requirements that are associated with the height of buildings, and depending on the height, that dictates the setback requirements. There's also dimensional incentive bonuses that has to do with the right-of-way area that was taken, again, just another more restrictive setback. There's additional side and rear setbacks associated with landscaping buffers. Again, that's if the performance overlay district remains. For the multifamily, the performance overlay district permits multifamily by conditional use permit in any property that is within the overlay district. Right now, commercial zones allow multifamily by conditional use permit, and then the R3 is by right.
Does that make sense? Yeah, hold
So
on.
if you have-
Hold on, Jason.
So I'd like to go back to something that was said earlier, and I want to bring it up because I have heard it from many, many, many people. And that is that we have approved all of these multifamily housing spots in this area. We have not. They have come before us to get our thoughts on things. They have not come before us in an official capacity. We have not approved them. They are not getting built at this point at all. But I hear time after time after time, you guys approved this, and you guys approved that, and you guys approved it. We haven't. The only thing that's been approved is the apartment building that got built. Everything else, we gave them our opinions, and then they went back. We may never see them again. We may see them in a different phase. Who knows? But we have not approved all of these different developments. It's just not, I'm getting really tired of having to answer this question over and over again. Thank you.
Thank you.
So you said if we get rid of the overlay, we want you to put here multifamily.
So they're permitted through conditional use right now.
Okay. When I look at C1, right? Multifamily dwelling is allowed. What's C9? What is that?
That's the criteria, that's the criteria associated with the CUP.
Correct.
Okay. So in C1, they could put that in.
Through conditional
Through
use permit.
conditional use permit. Yes.
It's not by right.
Not by
Correct.
right.
It is not by right. We would be getting rid of things that are allowed through conditional use permit and only things that are allowed by right. C1, C1, C2, C2.
So all those other apartment buildings aren't coming in? I'm confused.
So can I just,
Please.
so we've had, I think it's 3 conceptual discussions about conceptual only multifamily residential developments along this corridor. I can't speak to whether or not they're going to come forward formally or not. I haven't received any design review application or formal application. Every property owner in this, anywhere, has a right to submit a land use board application, should they choose. They also have to follow our regulations, which, whatever regulations apply at the time, we will impose, or we will require. I should go further.
What's at the
If
time?
they've submitted conceptually, come here conceptually, meaning?
Correct.
I'm not talking in internal meeting with staff, I'm talking conceptually at
to
this
the
board.
They have to go.
They
by
have to
what's
go
there.
through
Correct,
what the regs were when they came to you conceptually.
correct. So,
I believe 2 came to you conceptually.
correct. Two have come to us conceptually. That means the regulations that are in place are what
What they
that
would have to
is
follow.
governed off of. We're trying to, I gotta word this so carefully. Thank you. Somebody in the crowd, anybody, does anybody understand what's going on? Because we tried to do this 3 years ago, and everybody came in and yelled at us and told us we're doing the worst thing ever. Well, guess what? Now look what's coming down the pipeline when everybody was screaming at us 3 years ago. We tried doing this, but everybody just fights us every meeting. I'm sorry.
I don't know anything about 3 years ago.
This was well before you coming. It has nothing to
And I
do
just-
with,
Who's gonna keep talking about traffic?
it has nothing to do with anybody in this room at all. But
to-
what I'm saying is, we tried to do this a couple years ago, and we got railroaded. And look where we are today. When everybody says this board does nothing, and everybody says this board lets whatever happen, no. And it was actually the public that came out and railroaded it.
I think Jake needs a hug.
And just again, so procedurally, this still has to go through a whole nother hearing process at the council.
110%.
And again, the council is the body that makes this decision.
110%.
So we'll do this all again at a future.
So what just to finish up, what we're getting at is we are trying to make a change in the PUD that would have a real effect on properties that have not come conditionally to this board. We are trying very hard.
Can I just get a clarification? I appreciate what you're trying to do.
Do you? Because 2 minutes ago you came here saying you wouldn't support it because because Ray, you haven't listened for 3 years. So do you? It's my turn to get mad at you now because I let
Can
you
we
go
bring
off
this,
earlier.
bring it down, bring it
I
down.
let you go off earlier when there was people in the room. Do you though? Because you just came up here and said I can't support this. Blah blah blah.
Oh, okay, wait a minute, did you hear my reasoning? Okay, I apparently, calm down, Ray.
Both of us, Ray.
Apparently, we want to look at this as in this area along here that can be developed by somebody, probably commercially. I mean, who would want to live up along there? Nobody wants to live in a house up along there. All right?
I sure would.
It's not practical. It's not
Well,
practical.
there are some people that appreciate their homes on Route 28, but I mean,
Really?
the people that don't want to live there would like to see some economic value to their property, and that's what they keep on coming to us and telling us. And by keeping the POD on it, if you have a small lot, you're not going to be able to sell it commercially.
Oh, okay.
And this is what we're trying to do, Ray. We're
and I-
trying to get rid of something. Yes, at the same time, it is going to reduce some dimensional requirements. Most of these lots, I can't fit my cell phone on inside of the building permit. Maybe I'll be able to fit a bank that everybody's been begging about for.
Okay, so,
All right, all right.
okay, no, wait a minute. My point, what I was trying to get at, is this roadway along here, okay, has a problem that it's 2 lanes, okay? And we're talking about, it's gonna be built out one way or another, more, okay? Maybe the junkyard's going in something else more practical going in there, I don't know. Maybe somebody's gonna sell a house, tear it down, we're gonna build something else in there, all well and good, okay? But if this roadway is going to be improved by the DOT, okay, there's probably going to be some eminent domain, because they're going to widen the road and they're going to take more property, which is going to.
The state does. Have you ever seen them give? They only take.
Yeah, okay, so dimensionally, some of these lots are actually going to be less than what they are now, and some of them are pretty small. And so I'm asking, what do you think is would practically be built there? I mean, some of these lots are 2 acres, 4
What do
acres.
I think is practically
Small little
built there?
doctor's
They're-
office, small little doctor's office, an
Dentist.
attorney's office, a
Chiropractor.
dentist, some little facility like that. And then if they build it and the state takes frontage to widen it, that property either gets taken because it can't function, or it doesn't have to apply to our site planning regulations at that point, because, so it exists.
But so let me ask you this though too, Ray, which I don't know. We've talked a lot about we're not traffic engineers tonight, right?
Right.
If we remove this performance overlay district,
Yeah.
it will then allow a little, your setbacks are becoming smaller again. They're what they're supposed to. And a facility goes in that a traffic study says, oh, this facility warrants a left turn lane into the facility. What is that? That's an improvement to 28. If it's this facility requires, based off of the traffic of a whatever, an extra lane, what is that?
Okay,
Improvement. Right now, nothing can happen. Right now, the only thing that can happen is what's there, which is like a red garage next to Dunkin' Donuts and just kind of these random areas that I think could benefit greatly from some good development, because there is such thing as good development, such as a small dentist office or a bank.
Yeah, there's
Clearly not a gas station.
There's 7 massage therapists from Derry that need to find a place.
Jake,
We have one.
You see what I'm saying though, Ray? Is
I
right
do.
now, they can't even get built.
If I said that I'm totally against it, let me take that back. I'm
I
totally against
appreciate
it.
that, Ray.
But I just want you to realize that potentially down the road, working with
Oh,
the
absolutely.
DOT, that road's going to be widened. It's, it's
Absolutely.
already in the plan, and I just want you to be aware of that, and I'm going to sit down.
Can I?
Thanks, Ray. Yes, sir.
One thing I'd like to point out is it's not like this is bucolic farmland that we're talking about paving under. Almost all of these lots are currently a commercial lot that is producing traffic on the road, right? They are almost all in use. And so we're talking about redevelopment, not development, right? We're not paving over Max Apples.
There's
right?
one undeveloped lot, and it's 3.5 acres.
Thank you.
But can you only go so far? Like, keep the, remove.
I gotta have you, let me, I gotta follow process here. I know we've become a little informal, but let me get through Officer Dan, you can come up to me.
I think Giovanni explained it. I think it could have, earlier, that doctor's offices, things like that, are what would be able to go into that district, if you got rid of that overlay. And then, Jake, when you said it would reduce the setback requirements and all that, I think that's what people really need to hear, that, you're going to reduce the setback requirements. You can put in more, like maybe a dentist's office, the doctor's offices, things like that, lawyers.
Real estate office.
Things like that. And, Jake, you got nobody to blame but
Realty?
How about fast food?
Jake, you got nobody to blame but Tony, who always says at your meetings, listen, we didn't have it. We had public comment. Nobody came up. So you've got people that came up tonight, so he can't say that.
I'm hoping they're hearing what we're trying to do, because last time we did this, they didn't hear us. And not you folks. It's 3 years ago.
Brian Mead, 555 Mammoth Road. Hi. So, from what I'm understanding, I would be in support of this because the impact of having good business development along the road, the traffic impact would be less than the potential of multiple multifamily units.
Picking up what I'm putting down. Yes, sir.
I think this is a great example of anytime we talk about development or zoning in this town, there's a small percentage of people who have this guttural reaction to, oh my gosh, what are you doing? You're destroying the town. And it's a lot more complicated, and you have to look into the details of some of these things. If you just have that reaction without diving down in the details, you get something that's designed to help, that people are trying to do something to make things better, and you fight against it. And some of these things it's not so easy. Zoning is not the easiest thing. And we've had, an audience full of people here who, as we explained it and we took some time, things changed as you look at it. So you've got to take that second step into what is this really trying to accomplish. And I think we need to do more of that in this town, and I think we get into a better place.
Sean Faber for governor? Next step, right? All right. Let's, I'm going to close public comment because I would like to continue on here.
Mr. Chair, the ask of the board this evening is a recommendation to the town council with respect to this 28 overlay performance district and its removal in its entirety.
Could I get a motion for a recommendation to the town council to remove the Route 28 Performance Overlay District in its entirety?
So moved.
I have a motion. I have a second. Excuse me. Motion by Mr. Knights, second by Mr. Rugg. All in favor, starting with Ms. Champa.
And Champa, aye.
Giovanni Verani, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Lynn Wiles, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jason Knight's aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
The chair votes in the affirmative. If you would be so kind to give that recommendation to the town council, I would appreciate it. I'm gonna delete these here. Public hearing on amendments to the Londonderry zoning ordinance, site plan regulations, and subdivision regulations relating to the definition of a abutter. The following sections are proposed to be amended. Zoning ordinance, section 2, site plan regulations, section 1.04, water pills catching up to your subdivision regulations, section 1.04.
I like it, snuck that in.
Kelly, I think this one should be relatively quick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this particular amendment, again, is about revising the definition of a butter. The statute was revised in the 2024 session, so we would include that update as part of amendment, but the town of Londonderry has taken the position to expand that to include properties within a 400 foot, within 400 feet of the property for which an application is pending before the town council, planning board, or zoning board of adjustment as determined using the abutter tool in the town's GIS system. In any case where the town of Londonderry is an abutter, and a abutter shall also include all abutters to the parcel or parcels owned by the town of Londonderry, using both the statutory definition and the 400-foot measurement set forth as set forth above. So, in short, we're trying to expand the radius in which
For a butter noticing.
abutters receive notices.
Fantastic. Board.
I go back to this and I just want to confirm. So, you know, I keep using Musquash as an example, right? If somebody is trying to do something on, and they abut the northern end of Musquash, does that mean that somebody who lives on the very southern end of Musquash is now in a butter?
So this technically says if the area is owned by the town of Londonderry, so in most instances for Musquash, that's correct.
So if somebody wants to do something and they theoretically have 75 to 100 abutters that they have to notify, and they get a say, not a say, but get to,
Have a notification.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it came up through something similar,
So
not as expansive as the Musquash, but it
This-
came up through something similar of the town of London. It was like,
the most,
this was getting developed, and there was the town of Londonderry's land,
Yeah.
and then all these people right here technically didn't get a notice because the town of Londonderry was the abutter.
the most common one that we see is if you're like in a subdivision or something like that, and they're right-of-ways that kind of cut a couple
Cut
of
through
lots.
it.
Then it's 50 feet wide typically. If the property under
They-
review is
they
here,
know
they're, these people one lot over, what you would think is one lot over, aren't getting a notice because there's a town-owned
Correct.
parcel of land, if you will, that's stopping that. So this avoids that, and that's what we see most frequently.
I do have a concern with, and again, using the Musquash, that we're now creating this bureaucratic nightmare of trying to do something if you live near a large town parcel.
I can tell you that as far as the radius tool goes, most, I don't want to give percentages, but most applications already give us a 300-foot radius, just because that's the automatically generated number that the GIS tool does.
All right. Anything else from the board?
I just want to know if I'm near a project that's being developed, I want to know what's going on. I want to be notified. Personally, yes, I think this is a good one.
Yeah, I think even, you know, I've heard from people that are closer, why didn't I get notification? Well, there's a strict definition that the state has that we had also, so I think it's more good than not good.
Anything else from the board? Anything from the public? Sure.
Public comment. You happy?
I'm writing it down.
All right.
Every time you come up, I'm writing it down.
So, Kelly, 507 Mammoth Road. The state abuts that property. And then,
Is this the shed, you mean?
no.
Okay.
It just says conservation land.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
And then Buckingham Drive is in the back. Okay? So, how would that work? Would Buckingham Drive have to notify me at 507 Mammoth? Or is it exempt because it's state conservation land?
It's late, Dan, I just need to pull it up.
Yeah.
So you're talking this?
Right, that's all conservation land around there.
Owned by
So
the
now-
town or the
It's
state?
owned by the state.
Owned by the
That would
state.
not
That would
apply.
not apply.
So that would not apply.
We specifically say town-owned land in this
Gotcha.
proposed amendment.
That's what I needed, thank you.
Anything else? Seeing none, I will close public comment and look for a recommendation from my fellow board members.
It's Arthur's job.
Not all at once.
I'm just relaxing here for.
So, I'm looking for a recommendation.
That's taking
There
a
you go.
nap.
Sean, you got it.
Thank you. I have a motion from Sean. Do I have a second?
Past the bedtime, you know, let's.
You have a second, Mr. Chair.
All right. Sean motion. Oh, Sean can't motion.
I just wanted to ask if
You
you
town
wanted to reserve
councilor,
your vote.
you. How dare
It's
you?
up to you what you want
I'll
to do.
motion, Jake.
I have a motion from Mr. Rugg. Do I have a second?
Second.
I woke up now, Tony.
I have a second from Mr. Wiles. All in favor, starting with Ann.
Ann Champa, yes. Aye.
Bonnie Barani, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Ben Wiles, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jason Knightside.
Sean Faber, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative.
So are you abstaining or are you aye?
He's eyeing, abstaining.
He's
I think
you're
he might
abstaining.
want to
abstaining.
abstain.
He's abstaining.
I'll
So, yeah,
abstain,
because you can't, yeah.
I think you abstained on the 28 as well, right?
Yeah, I heard him.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you.
A public hearing on amendments to Londonderry site plan regulations relating to off-street parking and loading requirements for multifamily workforce housing. All sections are proposed to be amended. 3.09, Table B, off-street parking and loading. I will be right back. Mr. Rudd, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jake.
Okay, so this is another statutory change as a result of 24 legislative session with respect to residential parking spaces specifically pertaining to multifamily workforce housing, and it's highlighted on your screen above. Again, this is an amendment to the site plan regulations. With that, I'll take any questions.
If I'm not mistaken, this is a state requirement. This came down from Concord.
That's correct.
Yeah, we have to do it.
Yep, no, I just want to make it clear that that's the reason
Yes,
we're taking it up.
very good point, because the state seems to be more in the mood of telling us what to do now, so there's gonna be more comments though.
So with the state telling us what to do, if we decide not to do it, what does that mean?
If I get an application that fits this regulation and we don't impose it, we may have an issue.
Yeah, I think would cause a problem, exactly what, I don't know.
So-
I think it's a good question, though. I think it had to be, I think it needed to be asked and answered.
What's the state enforcement for this? It'd be up to them to enforce it.
No, you end up in court,
End up in
because
court.
you
Do
didn't follow state regs.
Yeah,
It just costs us money.
Yeah.
we want to wait till Jake is back to make a motion?
I think you need to open it to the public.
yeah, public comment. Seeing none, bring it back to the board, and I just need a motion to,
So actually,
Adopt.
procedurally, this one stays with you guys. It's a site plan amendment. So on the next week, we'll have our second hearing as required by our regulations. You don't need to recommend to the council. You have the authority to adopt this, but you
yeah,
need to have
we
two
adopted
hearings.
ourselves.
But we adopt it next week.
Correct,
It'll be on the agenda next week then.
correct.
Okay, next, I think we have is solar energy ordinance.
Nope. First, can we talk about inclusionary housing?
Where's that?
Okay, I'm looking at something on the screen here, so,
If that's okay?
Where is it?
inclusionary housing.
D, yeah, number D, letter D.
It's always good to have a, hard copy, so. Okay, a public hearing on amendments to the Londonderry zoning ordinance relating to inclusionary housing. Following sections are proposed to be amended. Zoning ordinance, section 2, definitions, zoning ordinance section 4.1.2, use table, and zoning ordinance section 5.7, inclusionary housing.
Okay, thank you. So based on the discussion from the April work session, the board agreed to remove, sorry, I'm losing my voice already. To remove live-work units and small workforce housing developments in their entirety, and then to permit multifamily workforce housing by conditional use permit in planned unit developments and designated commercial overlay zones. And remove workforce housing as permitted use by right in AR1 districts. So, again, this, I took the comments from April, and I have redlined the ordinance to reflect them, and that's what's before you this evening.
We're doing D right now, so Kelly's.
Oh, fantastic.
Want me to say it again?
Nope.
Okay.
Sure don't. Just want the board's input on it, please.
I'd like to hear from the general public first.
They forgot about this one.
Seeing none?
I don't know.
Seeing none, back to the board.
So, when we discussed this, we felt as though let's get rid of it in the AR1 district so that way dwelling multifamily and dwelling multifamily workforce were reflective of the same thing, correct? I believe, Lynn, we had the conversation of, you know, it being, I don't know if prejudiced is the wrong word, but we allow
You don't want to
most-
be overly restrictive when it comes to workforce
Correct.
housing, and so the board agreed that
we should make
you
it
should
the
make
same
it
as what
consistent with
multifamily-
where you permit multifamily,
Gotta keep it
Housing.
equal.
Correct.
and that's what this reflects.
Is the board comfortable with that?
Yes?
Yes.
Are we talking about everything but residential?
So, multifamily workforce housing and small workforce housing developments would no longer be permitted through conditional use permits inside of an AR1 district.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic.
So you removed small workforce housing developments and
In its
live-work
entirety.
units in their entirety, because we haven't seen any. And again, you are permitting workforce multifamily housing in the same districts through the same process as you permit multifamily housing.
Correct.
Let's
Any
keep-
questions from the board?
Nope, I think it, more equality.
Sorry, I got my back, you guys. Any questions?
Never mind. No.
Never mind. All right.
Like you care.
Anything from the public? Seeing none, I'll close public comment, and I'm looking for a recommendation to our friends at the town council.
I will make that motion, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Mr.
I have a second. All in favor, starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Giovanni Varani, aye.
Tony D. I.
Lynn Wiles, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jason Nightside.
Sean Favor, abstain.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. Please let the council know, Kelly. All right, last but not least, public hearing on amendments to the Londonderry zoning ordinance relating to solar energy collection systems. A new ordinance is proposed for solar energy collection systems. Proposed section 5.22 of the zoning ordinance. Miss Karen.
I am going to turn it over to Lynn and Kristen.
So, I'll jump in
Yes,
first.
sir.
So, the impetus behind the solar zoning ordinance was really coming out of the Utilities Committee.
Yep.
We were entertaining a project up near the airport, and we started looking at the zoning requirements to put a solar installation, a commercial solar installation up there. And we discovered that the Londonderry zoning ordinances are silent on solar applications. So we started doing some homework and came to the conclusion that there's a lot of information out there. You know, what we tried to do is not restrict a homeowner from putting solar on their property. But what we wanted to do was really get some rules around the commercial applications for solar arrays, where they can be set up, sizes, requirements, and that type of thing. When we went through this, we got information from the New Hampshire Sustainable Energy Association with some model ordinances. We looked at the town of Rochester solar ordinance. We looked at the town of Bedford solar ordinance. Nashua, there was one that I don't remember. So, well, town of Rochester, town of Bedford. We probably should have looked at the town of Lebanon, but we decided not at that point in time. But the Utilities Committee has gone through this, has provided comments as well. And we also reached out to one of the leading energy companies, solar energy companies in New Hampshire, Revision Energy, and had them go through and look at it to make sure that we weren't imposing any anything too restrictive or anything that didn't make any sense. So after working with Kristen on this for the last few months, I think we still have one open question on stormwater management that we're waiting for John Trotter to weigh in on, but I think at this
Lynn,
point
I think
in
I
time.
can answer that for you.
Okay,
if
perfect.
Appropriate.
Yeah, perfect.
So I think I did have a conversation with Mr. Trottier, and his recommendation to address that question was to just simply refer to these Londonderry site plan regulations. Just have a blanket sentence, that way we're not picking and choosing what applies, what doesn't, and if they're referred to the site plan regulations, then we can review and apply the applicable standards in the regulations with respect to drainage and stormwater.
Okay, great. I think using less words is always better than adding more words, so I think we will be addressing that, adding to this proposed ordinance with language like that. Like I say, one of the things we wanted to do was not restrict a homeowner from putting solar on their property, either on a rooftop or in a pedestal. I know we'll have a discussion on pedestal mounted systems as well. But we do define the fact that you do need a building permit to do it if you're doing a commercial or a home installation, and just following the building permit rules. And I think going by this, a homeowner is going to end up with a safe and effective system. I think any commercial development will be the same.
I have a question for you. On 12B, it says, collection system shall not exceed blank feet. So I didn't know if that's something we need to come up with that now? Or is that on page
So we had talked
9?
about doing that, Kristen.
Right, which one are we looking at? Which
It's
12?
page
12B,
9.
it's on page 9.
There's a blank spot.
Right above the purple highlighted lot
There's a-
coverage.
There's parentheses, and I think it's left.
Lynn, was that the one you were gonna ask the consultant what their recommendation was?
So we'd had this in our conversation, didn't make it into this copy, so. We will have to get back to you on what that number is. But the idea there was to not make it so high that it's higher than what our requirements are for a building in that same zone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Anything else from the board?
Yeah, so I might have a few things to say, and Lynn and I had a conversation about it. I would argue, could you put up the last one that says VE Solar Images?
This one?
Yeah, that one, please. So if you look at that, and to be clear, whatever is in Londonderry now is grandfathered. Okay, so this is a pedestal mount in a backyard. If I were the house next door, I would not be happy. Because to me, that looks like a commercial application in a residential zone. There are other photos too, if you wouldn't mind clicking through them, but that's the back of it, and this particular type follows the sun. So sometimes you see that, sometimes you see the first one, sometimes you see that. This happens to be a low one, but it could be, according to the regulations, the same height as a roof.
Mhm.
So you could have that, or a bigger one, 15, 20 feet in the air, on a pedestal. I would also argue that a ground mount which is gonna cause all other kinds of problems in an AR1 zone, and I don't even know if it will, by the time they get done with drainage, because it will act like a roof. And anytime you have roof and watershed, it creates issues with drainage. So I don't even know if it would pass muster in an AR1 zone, but I would like to take out pedestal and ground mounts in the AR1 zone, because I believe they're commercial applications. And you could say, well, okay, we have farms or whatever that are AR1s also. I would say then that if you want to make it AR1 zone, unless it's over 5 acres or unless it's over X number of acres, pick a number, that would satisfy me. But again, just the same argument that I used when I fought for 5 years against storage containers in an AR1 zone, because it's a commercial look. I think this is the same thing and creates a problem. And I think we have a duty, a potential problem, and I think we have a duty to help protect neighbors from neighbors. So that's my thing. I think I would like to see those two things.
I can understand, absolutely understand where you're coming from with, I mean, I definitely would not want to be looking at that if it was at my neighbor's house. I do think there is some merit to what you said of maybe there's an acreage, or, you know, it's one of those things, you've got 5-10 acres of land and nobody sees it.
Sure. And there's also
Why is
ZBA.
that a problem?
You know, it's in
Yeah.
the back corner, nobody can see it.
Yeah,
The neighbors all come together and say, we don't really care.
yeah.
You know,
So-
so you can get your pedestal.
You still have to prove
So-
hardship at that point.
Well, so understand a couple
Yeah.
things
Well, you-
before we go too much further. Number one is, you can do it today. It's completely unregulated today,
Understood.
okay?
Yeah.
So, and number two, not every house is situated where somebody can put a solar array on their roof. So,
Exactly.
we wrote this trying not to penalize those people who can't do that but want to have a solar array, for their personal use.
So they can go to ZBA then.
So,
Yeah, but what's
just a
the hardship?
suggestion.
The hardship is I can't put it on my roof.
Well, so you don't-
Can't get it on the roof.
Right now, it's a fresh new ordinance, and you already have your use table in here with, which
Yeah.
outlines the different paths for approval. Some of them are conditional use permits, some of them are permitted by right. If you want to have a ZBA process, perhaps a special exception, and that would involve figuring out, do you want to apply the general criteria for a special exception that we already have in our zoning ordinance, or does this dictate a different set of special exception criteria? Like, for example, we have childcare that involves a special acceptance process, and there's specific criteria for that, so that's an option. Or you could, like in some of the other areas, allow ground-mounted in AR1, but have a conditional use permit process. And again, there would be criteria associated with that CUP process specific to ground-mounted. I mean, we're getting in the weeds, but I'm just, those are kind of the options.
Sure.
that you would look
So
at.
my initial thought is, I don't want to write an ordinance with a ZBA exception built into it. I think that's.
I would agree with you. I'm
that's
just
kinda
laying
silly.
out all the options
Yeah,
for
no, I
you.
understand that, And I understand the other questions. I certainly understand where Tony's coming from as well. We do talk about screening in here. Screening is a requirement for a ground-mounted system. And I think we could probably expand the language a little bit there as well. But I really think looking down the road, looking at the future of solar, looking at the future of sustainable energy systems, I think giving a homeowner the option to do what's best on their property, I think is the way we should go. My 2 cents.
What about reducing the height of it? Because like you said, it could be the height of a roof right now.
So right now, it says for a ground-mounted system, it's 15 feet, for a pedestal-mounted system, it's 20 feet. So 20 feet is the height of above the second-story windows, right? I mean, it's not small, I'm not trying to downplay the size of it. But we are also regulating the maximum size is 35 kilowatts. So we're not saying it's gonna be a panel that's 50 feet by 50 feet.
Is there any way, and thank you for that, is there any way that you could guesstimate what that one is?
That one's probably about 10.
I was gonna say, that looks like 10 feet to me.
No,
Oh,
the kilowatt.
About 10, I'm gonna say 10 because I really can't answer that question, I'd be speculating.
Sure. So, well, can you show the one with a lawn chair?
The
with it?
system is probably
Does that help with perspective?
20 feet tall. And it's not a pretty system, I'm gonna say that too, but,
Yeah.
you know, talking with the building inspector, we can't regulate, pretty sheds either.
No.
You know, I mean,
No, but you can't have a storage container there either.
and I don't know the difference.
Anymore.
And I don't know the difference between a storage container and a shed, to be perfectly honest, but.
So Lynn, what would you think that is for, as far as kilowatt?
I.
Oh, you, okay, all right.
I liked your idea too, where it also did some relief over a certain amount of acres.
Yeah, out of sight, out of mind. I think, didn't we do that with containers too? Didn't we make
I
it?
don't think, I think it was proposed, but I don't think it was.
Yeah, we put it, they
So
went
it's
to
not
the,
visible from the front.
yeah, they can't be visible from the street, they can't be in the front of the building, they have to be no
Correct. It's,
farther from the front as the side of the building. So parallel with the front of the building or further back.
correct.
we
They
impose
have to go
that
through a special
same-
exception.
And a special exception.
Could we impose that same set of guidelines to this?
Well, it came to me, and that's on a corner lot, by the
Yeah.
way.
Oh,
So
yeah.
everybody everybody that lives on the side street has to drive by that
Is that high range?
twice a day.
I know that one. I have no issues with that.
Have you ever been down the side street? No, because it's not High Range Road that's the problem, it's the side street that's the problem. And those poor people have to see that all day long, every day, in one of the houses from their kitchen window. So, the thing is, what came to me was driving around up off of the road where Poor Boys is,
Auburn Road.
Auburn Road.
Auburn Road, up to those two other developments that are up there, one on the right, one on the left, because there was potentially something that might be going on up there, and I just took a drive around the neighborhoods. And I couldn't imagine, most of those are clear cut, having that in one of those small lots, just sticking up there. I just can't imagine it. I don't think, and I know they can do it now, and if my neighbor put one up, luckily he put them on his roof, and life is good, but I wouldn't want to live next to it, and I've talked to a bunch of people, and they wouldn't want to either. And I think we have a duty, I'm gonna say it again, a duty to protect neighbor against neighbor, and I think that it's not a neighborly looking thing.
So is there a general consensus as far
That's
as?
exactly what I was just gonna ask. How's the board feel about it? I would tend to agree with Tony. What's
Yeah.
the rest of the board?
I would
say?
take it out of AR1, but maybe unless, what do we do with chickens? Chickens, you can have 3 chickens if you have an acre, you can do 5 chickens if you have an acre and a half, or
I didn't draft that one,
something like that. There's some kind of,
That was from Colleen.
but yes, it's like 6 per.
whatever it is.
I
You
think
you
that
could
was
do that
from
with
the,
this too. So if you have 5 acres or more,
Yeah.
you can put one in.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that.
And because if you have an acre of land and you got that sticking in your yard, can you put it in the front yard, the pedestal?
Sure. It has to be screened if it's in your front yard.
Well, if it's screened, then the sun can't get at it.
No, that's not true.
So is it, just so I wanna make sure I'm hearing you right.
What do you screen it with?
So are
It's in
we,
your front yard is pointing that way.
Are we-
You screen it from the road. We're arguing.
yes.
Yeah.
you're arguing.
It's late, it's 11 o'clock at night.
Are you, so
So-
consensus of the board, first thing I need to know is the majority of the board just fine the way it is? If that's the case, then we move on. Anybody? So Ann, you're fine with how it is. Mr. Browning?
I see Tony's point. I think if there was an acreage dimension, I would be, should be able to do it. If you got enough land, you can hide it someplace.
Yep. Mr. D, I know how you feel. Lynn?
Oh, so I'm recusing myself from this discussion.
Fair.
Abstaining from this discussion.
Mr. Rugg?
I side more with Tony, because I think if we're going to allow pedestals, we gotta have some type of regulation.
I agree with the acreage, but it should be closer to 3 than 5.
I see Tony's point, but I feel like if we're going to work that out, that should take some more time, and we don't have a current solar regulation right now, so I'd almost rather have what's there go through and work on getting this right.
But you see now how it is to take away a regulation or
Yes,
change it.
yes.
So, but the
be careful what we do.
consensus here is we feel as though there needs to be
More work?
more work done specifically to the pedestal situation.
Yeah, but not much. I mean, I think it's pretty much there, yeah.
It's just disguising it, hiding it, or,
As much as I'd love to make a decision tonight, I feel as if we were to try and change it tonight, it would be haphazard.
I have this on next week's agenda as well, so.
Look at that.
You
Yeah,
have
that's-
plenty of time,
that's good.
unless Lynn tells me otherwise.
I might tomorrow.
I was gonna say, I feel disadvantaged because I don't have the roof going the right way for solar. So I would want something, pedestal mount if I had it. You know, people should be able to have the solar if it's offered.
How much land do you have?
Pardon?
How much land do you have?
Acre.
So, I mean,
And, just to add to the discussion, energy rates are going up again later on this year. Eversource is.
Listen, I am entirely in favor of everything in there.
So-
Like, I absolutely agree with everything
So,
in there. I
Let's,
just can also see Tony's points as well.
for the sake of time, we know that we are continuing this.
Yep.
So we don't need to do anything. We don't need to make any motions, no recommendations, anything like that. Let's gather our thoughts and pick it up next week.
Sounds good.
Fantastic.
Can I ask one question? If anybody knows the answer to. Are there solar panels that are less obtrusive than others?
Yeah. In terms of how they look, yes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and
probably
if they didn't.
Some that are like,
They're actually working on shingles that are
Tesla has shingles.
Yeah, and window
like
panes.
regular
Yeah.
roof-looking shingles that
Okay.
can be photovoltaic. They're also working on windows. They can do it too.
Really?
Well,
Hopefully we see that in our lifetime.
I would love to.
so, all right. See that next week, and a motion to adjourn, please.
So move, Mr. Chair.
Motion second.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Good night.